I'm feeling electric tonight, cruising down the coast, going about 99. Got my bad baby by my heavenly side. I know if I go, I'll die happy tonight. Oh my God, I feel it in the air, telephone wires above, all sizzling like a snail. Honey, I'm fire, I feel it everywhere. Nothing scares me anymore. Kiss me all before you go. Summertime sadness. I just wanted you to know until that boy is mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi.
What up, everyone? What's going on? Oh, shit, excuse me.
I got this feeling on the summer day when you were gone. I crashed my car into the bridge. I watched, I let it burn.
Shit, why
I
does
threw
this
your
happen
shit
every
into a bag and pushed it down the stairs.
Oh,
I
there we
crashed
go.
my car into the bridge. I don't care. I love it. I don't care.
Do you think this is what Alec Baldwin was listening to?
I got this feeling on the summer day when you were gone. I crashed my car into the bridge. I watched, I let it burn. I threw your shit into a bag and pushed it down the stairs. I crashed my car into the bridge. I don't care. I love it. I don't care.
Road down the Milky Way. Down on Earth, but I am up in space, says Katy Perry.
We gotta kill this switch.
You're from the 70s, but I'm a 90s bitch.
I love it.
I crashed my wife's car into a tree on the hill. Yeah, I don't know what music is echoing.
I got this feeling on the summer day when you were gone. I crashed my car into the bridge. I watched, I let it burn. I threw your shit into a bag and pushed it down the stairs. I crashed my car into the bridge. I don't care. I love it. I don't care.
We've got all the pop culture references today. All of them.
I don't care. You're on a different road. I'm in the Milky Way. You want me down on Earth, but I am up in space. You're so damn hard to please. We gotta kill this switch. You're from the 70s, but I'm a 90s bitch. I don't care. I love it. I don't care. I love it. I love it. I don't care. I love it. I don't care. I love it. I love it. I don't care. I love it.
Okay, how do I turn the microphone off from playing music? Oh shit. Oh shit. All right. Let me figure out. Let me go to a setting. This is happening during the Taylor Swift album. Yeah, for some reason. For some reason, it's playing on my microphone. So, desperation. Let me see. How do I turn it off? This song has suggestive themes. Okay, all sound devices. Microphone. About me, think about you. Yeah, this song's just about coffee. Hello. What are you talking about? Scurry, thank you for the prime. James, thank you for the 37 months. Mini Moo, thank you for the 5 months. Gossam Possum, thank you for the 21. Cause I'm a streamer. Low Brian, thank you for the 16 months. Okay, let me check one more thing to see why is my thing doing this. Okay, microphone. happens if I do that? Nothing. Okay. Oh, Austin show. Hold on. Oh. I was like, Austin show is calling, everybody. Wait, did that work? Okay, wait, let me go back. Hold on. Hold on. Did that work? Permission to pop an edible? Of course. Okay, wait. Yes. I took it off the tracks on advanced audio properties, but I don't know if that's right. It's better now? Okay, maybe that fixed it then. Let me turn the music up and just crank it for a sec. Okay, weird because it's still showing on my audio mixer, but I don't know. Maybe it's fine. Also, this is Addison Rae. This is the Addison Rae. Pretty good. Fame is a gun. See how I snuck that in there? Snuck it in. Some of you vibing. Then you find out it's Addison Rae. See, let me explain something. When you set aside your biases, when you're willing to listen to a song by someone who you think can't make music at all, you might discover that it's not all bad. The album as a whole is very one note. I agree, but I think that there are still there's some bops. Definitely better than King Kylie. Yeah, wait, what is happening with King Kylie? What's going on? Diet Pepsi and Fame is a gun. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Okay, I have a question. Wait, isn't this like the fifth time that Kylie has tried to do King Kylie? Like she announces King Kylie, but then doesn't really do anything with it. So King Kylie, that was okay. I believe it was like an era around 2014 when she had like the blue hair. She had the short blue hair. I don't know. It was her edgy era. Literally just saw that on Snapchat. I already want to delete it again. Oh my God, I haven't been on Snapchat in so long. Carol, you look like the late Stephen Joe Bear Jobs. You and Hassan play on the Fits back to back. No, let me just say, turtlenecks are my thing. Turtlenecks are my thing. Okay, turtlenecks have always been my thing. From when I was a child. I don't give a shit about Steve Jobs. I don't give a shit about Hassan Piker. Turtlenecks are mine. Don't even talk to me about Elizabeth Holmes.
Don't you think that it's boring how
Don't even mention that lady. Farley was like, oh, I'm not dealing with this shit. Hi. Hi. Queen Kwan being disrespected once again. Yeah, I will not stand for my turtleneck erasure. No, turtlenecks never fell off. Never. Turtlenecks have never fallen off. I have always loved a turtleneck, and I think they work in every era. Okay, this is the Blade Runner. I was like, I feel like it kind of fits maybe the tech billionaire theme that I have going on with the turtleneck. Brainiac, thank you for the 22 months. Obscure Leftist, thank you for the 38 months. Lilith, thank you for the 27 months. Magnets, thank you for the 6 months. Who else did I miss in there? Anyway, how we doing, y'all? How are we? You know what? How the hell are we? How's it going? What game are we on for gaming these days? Well, I wanted to play more Ghosts of Yote, but I did not want to go to Will's stream room and get the PS5 and then set it all up again. So I think I might just play more of the... Well, I also really want to finish Little Nightmares 3, but I don't know how to because it's like broken. But I would really love to finish that game. And then I also have the bathtub or the bathhouse game. Oh, you made it to San Diego? Let us know how it is. Let us know what's going on in San Diego. How are the vibes? Did you get soft locked in Little Nightmares 3? Yes. Will and I played for almost 4 hours, and then right at the end, we were soft locked. This rumor has no source, but what would you think if it was real? I refuse to believe this is real. They have done this in the past with other actors claiming that they're playing Voldemort. I refuse to believe this is real. Absolutely not. And also, I think this has been a rumor before. Please be a hoax. I mean, look, if this were real... Yeah, how about we just have J.K. Rowling play Voldemort? How about that? This is as real as me hosting the Tonys, I want to say. This is as real as me hosting the Tonys. So here's the thing. If this turns out to be true, then what does that say for me hosting the Tonys? So it's kind of a win-win either way, where, the idea of saying this is as real as me hosting the Tonys is that it's not real. But if it were to be real, maybe I'm hosting the Tonys then. I don't know. I don't know why she would do this. I really don't know why. But if for some reason this were real, obviously it would be very disappointing. That's it. It would be incredibly disappointing. It would be really, really surprising that she would take on this role. Did you see Keira Knightley's response? Yeah, I did. And I don't really accept anyone being like, I don't really know what's going on. Oops, sorry. I know Keira Knightley is not a celebrity who's online, but it's like, maybe pay attention to what's going on with J.K. Rowling in the real world. Like, not even, this isn't just internet. This isn't just like a small group of people on the internet, these angry, radical internet leftists who are boycotting her. It's like, you should be aware of the types of legislation that J.K. Rowling is passing in the UK. Yeah, like, you have Google. Also, I'm sorry, but I just can't. I have a hard time believing that people aren't aware of the rift with J.K. Rowling and other anti-trans public figures, and then people in Hollywood. Here, we.
I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry.
Yeah, it's not good. It's really not good. So here's the
I'm
full.
breaking the new Harry Potter audiobooks. I was wondering, are you aware that some fans are calling for a boycott, giving J.K. Rowling's ongoing campaign against trans people?
I was not aware of that, no. I'm very sorry. I think we're all living in a period of time right now where we're all going to have to figure out how to live together, aren't we? And we've all got.
So here's my question, and I know we've gone over this a million times, and the question has never changed. Why is it that we are expected to be the ones to live with bigots when bigots don't have that same expectation. J.K. Rowling does not want to live alongside trans people. J.K. Rowling, who's also pro-Israel, doesn't want to live alongside Palestinians like express and advocates expressing their right to self-determination. Do you know what I mean by this? Where it's like, I'm so tired of this attitude. Yeah, the classic paradox of tolerance. There's a line I saw one time. That was like, a bigot says for you, well, why don't you just meet me in the middle, right? Okay, so we're told meet me in the middle. Well, guess what happens, all right? You take one step forward and they take one step back and then they go meet me in the middle. And then you're expected to take another step. And by forward, I mean backwards, right? Backwards. So essentially imagine it like this. It's why don't you meet me in the middle? Okay, we go into the middle. Yes, the ratchet effect. The ratchet effect, which is how policies continually shift rightward over time. Because those of us on the left are told, hey, we all need to get along, okay? We all just need to we need to figure out a way to come together. Let's reach across the aisle. And essentially, it forces the left, the left, like broad, anything left of right, to come towards the right.
Very different opinions. So I hope that we can all find respect.
I hope that we can all find respect. How do you find respect with people who do not value you as a human being? How do you find respect with people who are not offering that respect to you? Because it's not a difference of opinions. It's a difference of who gets rights. When your opinions are a matter of who you think is deserving of liberties and dignity in this world, it's not a difference of opinion. It's a difference of humanity. It's a difference of how you view the rights of human beings. And it's dependent on who those human beings are. So I'm exhausted by this. And the other thing is, like, J.K. Rowling is not your bigoted aunt at the Thanksgiving table. She is a billionaire. She is using her many funds to actively cause harm to people. She is funding anti-trans legislation. She is using her profits that she is continuing to reap from things like the Harry Potter show to strip people's liberties from them. These people self-report that they don't see trans rights as human rights and that they don't care what happens to trans people. Yes, I think it's very obvious that they are signaling that they are obviously in a very privileged, cozy position in life, which, look, plenty of people are who are also advocates for those being targeted. But I think celebrities like Keira Knightley and others who keep saying kind of the same thing as her are really showing their asses. And it's like, yeah, we know that J.K. Rowling doesn't affect you. We know that. You're making it quite obvious that you are not doing your best to ensure that other people from groups you do not belong to are not losing their rights. Alan Cumming is the only one I can think of who really continues to speak up. I mean, there are celebrities who speak up, like Sabrina Carpenter, she at, the VMAs? The VMAs, she brought out drag queens. They had like Protect the Dolls, all that. Alan is amazing though. He's so good. Like and Pedro Pascal, let's not forget my king, who, remember, his advocacy for trans people is what caused the smear campaign against him. That's where that came from. Chapel, David Tennant's amazing, Mark Ruffalo. So there are people who still speak up, but there are also Miriam Margolis. Also, this is like this is a quote that I saw and I went, this is absolutely something for my community. Miriam Margolis, who was also in Harry Potter, on describing herself as unapologetically woke. Hell yes, sister. Hell yes. She's like, oh, I'm woke as hell and I will not apologize for it. She said, I am. I'm a left wing and I love it. I love being a lesbian. I'm not going to apologize for that. It's great fun. It's great fun.
Before all that, I recently told Jimmy Kimmel that you can say whatever you want in Ireland, and we're about to put that to the test as my first guest is a BAFTA-winning actress, a best-selling author, an activist,
Alaskan
and
Bullworm,
an
thank you for the 2
international
months.
treasure who tells it like it
Have
is.
you heard about what's happening to our communities here in Alaska? There's severe flooding and people's homes are washing away. No, I didn't know that. I'm so sorry. That's terrible. I hope everything is okay with you. Centrist liberals are using the same strategies they have since at least the 2000s. They still think that it's an acceptable response. It wasn't then, and it's even more so not now. Right. It's like, y'all, with everything going on, we have to dig our heels in even more. Okay? There is no capitulating. There is no meeting in the middle on human rights. I will never, just like Miriam Margolis, I will never apologize. I am unapologetically woke. If that's what woke is. If woke is believing in the rights of all human beings, then call me Miss Woke. Does this mean you are pro Shersha in atonement now? You know what? What the hell? Sure. No. Actually, no. Actually, no. Never. I'm sorry, I can't. That is a step too far. The Alaska stuff is a nightmare. Underreported houses are being swept away in some instances. Nasty stuff. Jeez. Gosh. A powerful typhoon that swept homes off their foundations, killed at least one person. Of course, before Alaska flooding, EPA canceled $20 million flood protection grant. Why is this always the case? Why is it always like there is a disaster that strikes and then we find out that right before environmental grants were canceled by the Trump administration? Okay. You know, fucking classic, man. Fucking classic. Ms., thank you for the 38 months. Not Merrick's, thank you for the 2 months. And Sky, thank you for the 37 months. But thank God the National Guard is picking up garbage in DC. It's great. Calling it wasteful DEI spending. It's like, what do these words even mean anymore? Yeah, what? Our media increasingly refuses to cover climate crises. I will say this over and over again. Never forget that the existential climate crisis was not even on the 2024 presidential election docket. We didn't talk about healthcare. It was a footnote. The climate crisis. We have backtracked on the little progress. If chat wants to donate to help the Native Alaskan villages that were affected by Typhoon Halong, there's an Indigenous collective donation page. Amazing. Thank you for sharing. Here, let me quickly look at this, just so we can see what this is. Alaska Community Foundation. In response to recent severe storms, including Typhoon Halong, that devastated Alaska's western coast, local community organizations and regional partners. And this is what ends up happening because federal funding is either it's cut, it's not enough. And so essentially it comes down to the community, both local and also broader. It's the collective of people who care and want to ensure that their neighbors, and doesn't matter if you live in the Midwest, East Coast, like these are still our neighbors. We really GoFundMe everything. I know. So regional partners have come together to establish the Western Alaska Disaster Relief Fund housed at the Alaska Community Foundation. 2 major storm systems struck Western Alaska in rapid succession, bringing record flooding, extreme winds, and extensive damage from, forgive me, Quigilingok to Kotzebue. Homes have been damaged and destroyed, critical infrastructure compromised, and subsistence resources disrupted. The Western. Okay, well, I just can't pronounce any words. Jesus Christ. The Western Alaska Disaster Relief Fund will provide support to affected communities for immediate relief, recovery support, and long-term resilience, including disaster preparedness initiatives. Distribution decisions will be guided by advisors, including regional leaders and stakeholders, ensuring resources reach affected communities based on locally identified needs. The Western Alaska you know what it is? I think it's because I'm really tired. I haven't been sleeping well at all, and I've just been cranking caffeine. And so sound them out, girl. Also the CTE. Yeah. The Western Alaska Disaster Relief Fund brings together a growing list of local, regional, and statewide partners endorsing the fund, which includes all these groups. For foundation and corporate giving, gifts of stock, or other complex gifts, please contact Megan Cacciola, VP of Programs and Grants. Okay, thank you, Gremlo, for sharing that. Let me see if I can... Give me 1 second. Uno momento. Okay, I'm gonna make... all right. Okay. Okay, great. I just made a donation. If you are able to, sorry, that music is loud. If you're able to give anything or to share the link to help out our community members who are in that area and just the people there in general. So thank you for sharing that. Okay. Ryan, thank you for the 9 months. All right. So we were talking about Miriam Margolis, who is unapologetically woke and who loves being gay. Loves being gay.
Is whilst occasionally using words that rhyme with duck, runt, stick, and tanker, which means she'll fit in just perfectly right here. Would you please welcome Miriam Margolyes?
This woman, I would love to get tea with. I want to get tea with her. I want to spill all the tea. I bet you she has got shit to talk for days.
Welcome to the show. Welcome back to Ireland.
You're
I know
telling
you
me
always
this lady is
has
woke
a twinkle in
and
your eye
gay?
already. You always have a bit of fun here.
I love it here. I love it.
Look, congratulations on this. This is the new book, The Little Book.
Yeah, that's it, everybody.
That is it.
It's only, I think it's only about 17 quid. It's not much.
No, it's not much, but it's got all the good stuff in it. It's got laughs.
And some of the bad.
And the truth.
And the truth.
Which is
That's the truth.
basically the two things we need at the moment, laughs and the truth.
Yes, we do. Actually, you're quite right about that. He is right, isn't he, folks? Don't you think? The truth is not around a lot these days.
Oh.
Especially from our politicians, I'm afraid.
No.
Our politicians. I don't know about yours, but...
I think it's pretty much the same all over, isn't it?
Yep, it is.
This book is a size that can be used in the smallest room in the
Yeah,
house.
like
Was that-
me a bit. It's. I can be used anywhere, but it's for the lavatory because it's not for the coffee table and it's not for kids. Don't leave it anywhere where kids can read it.
No.
She's like, this ain't Harry Potter. She once famously said, yes, this is an iconic line. Those people need to grow up when asked about adults who still bring up Harry Potter to her. She's so, Jesus, she's so funny. She's so funny. She's also super rad. She's very pro-Palestine, very pro-trans rights, unapologetically woke and
I was
gay.
reading a few bits and pieces in it, and it's...
You understand why I say that?
I do. I very much do. It's and obviously, if you're reading this on the toilet, you don't mind people reading it on the toilet because I know you're very open about these things. You're very much a better out than in type person.
Absolutely. And I think, every day we need a bowel movement. It's absolutely essential. This will assist it.
There's a lovely story in there about things going slightly slack at the back in front of Arnold Schwarzenegger, which...
Well, I'm not going to say I don't like him. I didn't like him at the time because he farted in my face. And he farted in my face because I let one out in rehearsal. But I was actually, on the ground being killed by him, as a glass table slicing me. And he farted in my face. He did it deliberately. And it was vile. Now, sometimes my farts are smelly and sometimes they're not. You never know it.
So I think she is referencing the film End of Days. It is a horror movie from 1999, and Arnold plays a New York detective. Arnold plays a New York detective who is an alcoholic. Classic, like alcoholic who probably has a dead wife or something. And he saves Gabriel Byrne. Never mind. He saves Gabriel Byrne from an assassin, finds himself embroiled in a religious conflict, and must protect an innocent young woman, played by Robin Tunney, who is chosen by evil forces to conceive the Antichrist with Satan. I don't know how Miriam factors in here. I have not seen this one. I have not seen End of Days. But this is the film that they were both in. Oh, yeah, that movie was not great. Do you know what I love about this community? There will at least be one person who has seen any film that we reference ever. Maybe multiple people who are like, oh, yeah, I saw that. Friday night, thank you for the 36
in
months.
advance. You just hope they come alone, and they usually do. But I thought it was mean of him because he was in a position of power, and he shouldn't have done it.
No, he shouldn't have done it. I didn't realize there was such a thing as fart etiquette, but you have a few rules in here about...
You know what? Get her on Fear And. Seriously. Get Miriam Margolyes on Fear And to talk about farts for hours on end. Get her on.
You kind of
Marsh,
have to claim your farts, even
I
if you're
got
in
you
a
your
lift.
next guest.
Yes, and you must warn.
Dude, she would be so
warn
funny.
people first.
Okay.
And if you're in the lift and it happens, you admit it. But what happens when everybody goes out and then you fart in the lift and then you come to another floor and the door opens and people are coming in? You have to say, it was me. You have to say, I mean, I know I'm the only person in the lift and it was me. But I think it helps because otherwise there's a sort of uneasiness everywhere.
Yes. No, I know what you're saying. And what's the signal to let people know, or do you just...
You just say, I've
me.
just farted.
Okay.
I mean, you don't need a signal, darling.
You know what, Beach? So true. Get her as a guest for yourself. Fearon has had it too good for too long. That fucking podcast.
You mentioned Leonardo DiCaprio in this book, slightly less smelly than Arnie, but a bit more fun shopping.
Oh, he's a dear boy. I thought at the time, this was in Romeo and Juliet, that he was gay because he kept wearing a dress. But he wasn't. He isn't. And I was wrong. So I can be wrong. I can be wrong, and I will admit it. But
Is this where the people thinking Leo DiCaprio is gay is coming from? Do I have to step in again? Do I have to step in again and be like, let me remind you of all the stories that I have? Many, many stories. Although I've learned these days that me trying to correct false information by offering my own experience, my own personal knowledge, can't do that. That does not work anymore. I don't know if it ever did, but it certainly does not work now.
a lovely boy, and he loves shopping, and we went shopping together.
You've worked with a lot of big stars. You've worked on a lot of big movies.
Oh, yeah, but were you Leo's personal dog sitter, too? I'm going to add that to my resume. You guys know that I was okay, I've had a lot of jobs. I actually was a professional dog walker at one point. It was so hard. It was one of the hardest jobs I've ever had. I would never do it again. You know, when you see people, how much does that pay? It did not pay nearly enough. Didn't you try it for a day? Yeah, because it was so impossibly hard. No, okay. I think in the past I said I did it for a day. I think I did it for at least a week. But it was so difficult. So when you see people walking dogs and they have like 10 of them, just know it is so much harder than it looks. I have such an appreciation for real professional dog walkers because it is really hard. I'm doing it now. It's a pain in the ass and pays like shit unless you're walking like 100 dogs at a time, which is also hard. I'm trying to do something else. Yes. And the thing about dog walking is if you don't walk multiple dogs at once, you're really not making enough money. I think it's a good job when you need a job right now and you can go on WAG or any of those other apps and just dog walk in between when you're in between jobs, or if you're the rare person who can actually turn it into a sustainable career. But that is rare. That is quite rare. How many dogs did you have to walk at a time? Imagine. Well, the thing is like with WAG, you would only walk one dog at a time, but sometimes people would have multiple dogs. So I only did it like a week. And then I told this, I think I told the story of when I had to transport this pug. I think it was a pug. I had to take this old pug and I had to drive. And this is when I had just moved to Los Angeles. It was not Doug the Pug, but I had just moved to LA and I did a dog walk. I walked this pug, and then the owner messaged me and was like, hey, I'll pay you to take our pug to our engagement party. Or no, they didn't say it was an engagement party. They were like, we just need the pug to be dropped off at this address. So I was like, okay. I think they paid me maybe $40-$50. This ended up being an hours long ordeal because I went and picked up this pug, and I was in my old shitty Toyota Corolla, and I had this old guy, and I had to go so far. It was so far, and I got lost. Me and the pug, we got lost, and I was so I was just so stressed, and I was new in town. And then finally I pull up, and it was an engagement party, and everybody was fucking blackout drunk. And so I have this old guy, and I'm asking I was like, where should I go? And nobody was paying any attention because they were blackout drunk. And finally I just set him in the middle of the living room. I was like, okay, well, I'll see you later. I'll see you later, little buddy. Be well. Have a good life. Be free. It turns out it was the wrong house. Can you imagine? Don't respect a Toyota Corolla. No. I respect Toyotas, but this car was a pain in my ass because I accidentally bought a Lemon. It was my first car that I bought, and I bought it off Craigslist, and I got totally scammed. And so this car, when I bought it, I thought it only had 70,000 miles. It was old. It was like a piece of shit, but I was like, okay, this has 70,000 miles. I am going to drive this when I move to Los Angeles from Chicago. I drove it cross country. The bumper fell off in Colorado, so I duct taped it back on. And then later I went to sell this thing because it was such a pain in the ass, and the check engine light kept coming on, so I could not get it. I couldn't get it registered with the DMV because you can't have, there's like certain emissions. There's special emissions laws in a state like California. It's the smog check thing. So I was just like, okay, I can't deal with this anymore. And when I went and took the car in, they told me that the car had 390,000 miles on it. And I went, no. What? No, that's impossible. What are you talking about? Because I got the car at 70,000 miles, and I put like 20,000 miles on it by the time I went to sell it. I was like, are those dog miles? What do you mean? What are you saying? And they went, the mileage was rolled back. And I go, what? And this had been a whole ordeal too, where when so I didn't know how bad of a car, I didn't know how bad of a Lemon I had bought. I knew that I was scammed. I knew I had been scammed. And so I tried to contact the guy who had sold me the car. And then I realized that he had been messaging me on a burner phone. So then I went fucking crazy, and I was on Facebook. I was trying to look him up. I was trying to get a hold of this guy, and I just could not. And sometimes, like, I have the type of personality where I will obsess over something. So I just couldn't let it go. And I just kept trying to figure out how to contact this guy. Was your seller Danny DeVito? No, but that would be funny. And then I was like, oh my God, I bet he totally lied, because the story he told me was that the car had been his father-in-law's, and then his father-in-law tragically died, and they were trying to sell the car because they had a van and they didn't need the car. I'm like, I bet this is all a lie. I bet there was no father-in-law. I bet it was just all a lie. Yeah, he sob storied me. He did. Anyway, normally Toyota's great cars. And I will say, the fact that I made it all the way across country with a car that had nearly 400,000 miles on it is kind of impressive. A car that really maybe should have blown up on me, but I did make it. So That's insane. I'm buying a Toyota tomorrow. So, moral of the story is that actually Toyotas are pretty good cars. But don't get scammed. Okay? Don't get scammed. If you're buying a car on Craigslist, just don't do what I did. #ad.
But the stars are not important.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I like real people. And that's why I've changed into being a documentarian. I talk to real people. And I could interview any one of this
What are my thoughts on
audience,
David
and I would
Pakman?
get something important and interesting back. And I love that. I enjoy it.
What is it about people that make you tick?
They make me tick when they share with me something that
I'm sorry. What the hell was that message? No, I'm trying not to. I was reading it for 2 seconds. I was like, sometimes people come in here. I go, it's messages that really are impossible to ignore. You're just like, what's going on? Anyway.
it's difficult for them to say. Because we all have little secrets that we don't want people to know. And when they share those with me, I feel joy. I feel excitement. And I'm not going to ask you anything. Don't worry. I'm not going to do that.
Smart
I'm
man,
an
they were the
open
6
book, aren't I?
months.
No, you're not.
Hands been saving 19
you're
months.
actually not.
Okay.
You're not secretive, but you're guarded. As we all are. We all are guarded.
Yes.
But I think, don't you think it's lovely when people open up and tell
Yes.
you things that they don't really want to tell you? But
Well, you've got this brilliant rule because a lot of people say you shouldn't be talking about sex. You shouldn't be talking.
I feel confident in saying that I would tell Miriam absolutely everything. The moment that I sat down with her to enjoy a cup of tea, I would tell her every single thing. There is nothing I don't think I would not tell this woman. If she wanted to know, yep, I'm yapping. And then she'd maybe be like, okay, darling, I think you've told me maybe a bit too much. Maybe a bit. This is why Professor Sprout was the best professor. True. Sarnix, thank you for the 3 months.
Religion or politics, and you kind of feel
They're the things you should
need to be
talk
talking
about.
Yes.
they're the things that matter. Money, politics, religion, and sex. Am I right? I'm right.
You are and have been very vocal about the situation in Gaza.
Oh, yeah.
Why is that so important for you?
It's important because I'm Jewish. And it's very important that people realize that all Jewish people are not killers. They're not bastards. It's not like that. This is just a section of the Israeli people that are like that, not Jewish people. And I want that to be known and understood and be clear. What happened in Gaza was utterly wrong.
Also, this woman has been, of course, called Hamas, of course, called an anti-Semite. Of course.
And terrifying. The response to the Hamas attack. The Hamas attack was terrible. Of course it was. But it came from 70 years of oppression, of Israelis being horrible. And I saw it myself. I was there in Israel and I saw it. I saw how they treated Palestinians. And it's wrong. And I don't want us to be changed by Hitler, by the Holocaust, into nasty people. I won't have it. I won't be changed. My heart is open to anyone who needs help, succor, caring. And they need that. And what happened in Gaza was wicked and wrong. And bless you in Ireland who made wonderful demonstrations in their favour to help them feel that they were not alone. I'm shocked at the way it took so long for the international community to respond to what was going on.
You lost a lot of family.
And look, that's exactly correct. I mean, it's what she said in mentioning the over 70 years of oppression prior to October 7th. You cannot talk about October 7th without talking about the decades before October 7th that has just been atrocity after atrocity committed against the Palestinian people. You can't, because otherwise what you do is justify, you not only justify the violence towards Palestinians post October 7th, but you also erase their history. You erase the decades of suffering and pain that they have been victims to.
And
Yes.
friends over this.
Yes, I have.
How difficult was that for you?
Well, it hurts. It hurts when people that you're fond of don't want to talk to you anymore because they feel you're a traitor. And they have to do what they do, and I have to accept it. And I mustn't hate them. I must try to understand. Because if I hate, I'm as bad as they are. And I don't want to be. But I tell you what, North London is a pretty tricky place to negotiate at the moment.
You have described yourself as unapologetically woke.
I am. I'm a
I mean, I think what she's saying, and I think what I would relate to there is that when it comes to people in my life who have, I mean, I've also had people stop talking to me because I have been unapologetically an advocate for Palestine. But in the 2 years, like, I have had people come to me and say, I'm sorry for having been so angry with you, and I understand a lot more now. And I just have, I don't know, I mean, I think I have a mentality of like, I look very differently at people close to me than I do those in power. I have no trying to reach out and educate and get people like to understand what's happening here. I don't have that with politicians and with the media because they are, you know, they are directly responsible for continuing to widely manufacture consent and are participating in war crimes themselves. But in my own life, like, because also I saw the need as anyone who's a Palestinian advocate has seen, like, seeing the need to get everyday people on board, because the way that we can affect change is by having, like what we've seen, a massive public shift against what has largely been the narrative forever. And I think about Palestinians and just what prior to October 7th, they have had to, you know, what they have had to deal with their entire lives of talking to people in their own lives, being friends with people who might not be explicitly Zionist, but a lot of people did not wake up and understand what was going on here until the last 2 years. And so drawing from them, you know, learning from them how to advocate, how to keep advocating, how to try to get every person, you know, to really understand the truth. And that's the thing. It's like, if I can't do that with people in my own life, how am I going to do that with people who don't have a personal connection to me? And there's plenty of people who they won't listen to what I or others who advocate on these issues are saying. This is what we have been seeing we have been seeing full throttle happening this week. But I just look at it as, if I can't talk to people who I have a personal connection with on these types of issues, then I don't know how I don't know how my advocacy can reach people who don't know me. And sometimes it just doesn't work. And it's sad. It's awful. You know, people have broken up, families have broken up, friendships have broken up, relationships have broken up over when Donald Trump won the election in 2016, over COVID, over Israel and Palestine. There are these markers, these major events that have happened. Well said. The average person is bombarded with propaganda and lies. It's hard to fault them for not knowing the full story when they were probably taught in history class as a lie. And then I look at it and go, when you are presented with a perspective that you maybe haven't heard before, when you get information that has been largely obscured, then the question is, what do you do with that? Because there isn't then an excuse, I think, to keep ignoring it and to not demonstrate any curiosity and any willingness to hear something different from what you have known your entire life. I think there's something in there for us chatters too. Most people are not going to seek out and listen to pro-Palestine voices, streamers online or in print, etc., if they haven't already on their own journey, but they might listen to someone they have a connection to, like any one of us in our personal lives. Yeah. And I think that I think it's a complicated thing. I don't think that there's like one right way of viewing this. And I also, obviously, I don't have unlimited patience for people who continue to not view all human beings as deserving of freedom and the right to live a dignified life. The well is not endless, but I also think because I'm a commentator on the internet, I kind of have had to train myself to have, I've had to train myself in ways that maybe I wouldn't feel like this if I were not a commentator, if I didn't advocate on these issues. What if it's your own parent? I mean, it's very complicated. I have friends who are staunch anti-Zionist Jews, and then they have siblings or family members who are in the Israeli army. I mean, it's really difficult, and I can't pretend to know what that would be like. I would never tell anybody like how they should operate. And I can't pretend that I know what that situation is like. How is thinking all people deserve equal rights not the default opinion? Well, I think that's the question that we ask over and over again. It's like, I don't understand. And that's why, look, I mean, it's also what I was saying earlier, the difference of opinions, as Keira Knightley was talking about, where it's like, we have to stop framing this as a difference of opinions. This is a difference in humanity and who we believe is deserving of it. My sister-in-law converted to Judaism with my brother years ago, and they've had many arguments over this. My brother is very anti-Zionist, but my sister-in-law isn't. It's caused some issues in our family. It sucks so much. Yeah, it's really terrible. It's really terrible. And everybody kind of handles it in their own way. But I guess I guess I'm just going to say again, I think I look at this from a very specific perspective of being a content creator. And I am not somebody who just says things online and then doesn't do work outside, right? This isn't AI just go live and do my thing here and then that's it, that's all. The hardest thing I do is having conversations with people in my personal life, because when they see a tweet of mine, when they see a clip of mine, when they see me on the internet saying something that they don't agree with or that, you know, they don't understand, then it's like, oh, this isn't just a random chatter being like, fuck you. This is then a conversation that I have to have off of stream. Saying someone doesn't deserve rights isn't an opinion. It's a threat that they will work to take rights away and treat you like an animal. Yes, and I will never ever capitulate and act as if this is a difference of opinions that we just need to sort out and figure out how we can all just get along, because I don't look at it that way. I don't. So that's why I try my best. I try my best in everything I do to always be advocating for people's humanity who are constantly being stripped of it every single day. Lux Progressive, thank you for the raid.
Left-wing dyke. And I love it. I love being a lesbian. I'm not going to apologize for that. It's great fun.
Everyone should be gay.
Well, what is the secret to the twinkle in the eye, Miriam? I mean, where does the fun come from?
The fun in being a lesbian?
or generally in life?
I gotta hit the let's go lesbians. I gotta hit it.
Well, in life, sex is really about moistness and friction. And if you've got moistness and friction, you've got fun. In my book, anyway.
Yes.
But love and is glorious, you know, to be able to love someone. I've had a wonderful relationship for 58 years, and that it thrills me to be able to say that somebody has loved me and trusted me, and I them.
And I love the fact that you don't actually live with your other half.
Oh, no, she wouldn't live with me. No, it's going to be a devil of a job to get her to live with me.
But you live with, you have lodgers, is that right? You have younger
Yes.
people that you take in?
I've got a big house in London, and I didn't want to live on my own. And Heather doesn't want to live with me, so I've got 2 young people. It's great. One's a girl, one's a boy, and he's gay, she isn't. And they're fond of each other. They're fond of me.
Hold on a sec. Is this what I was talking about the other night? He's gay and she's straight, and yet they are getting married.
Get them to do my bra up
Austin Show and
in the
Caroline
morning
Kwan.
and take it off at night, and it doesn't matter who does it, you know?
And is there a rota for that, or how does
No,
it?
it's just who's in at the time,
Okay.
as the actress said to the bishop.
Yes. I love it. There's so much good stuff in this.
Yeah, buy the book. There's a lot more of me in that.
There's a lot
That's
more
the
of
thing.
that. Look, the good news is that you're going to stay with us.
I am.
Thank you so much for the time being. Miriam Margolyes. Miriam's book, The Little Book of Miriam, is in shops now. There will be a screening of Miriam's film, A Friend of Dorothy, and a
Oh,
chat.
yes, I forgot about that.
And a chat with you tomorrow, afterwards in the IFI tomorrow. Tickets available at ifi.ie. Okay.
You know what I will say too? I do think it's important for young queer people to see older queer people in the same way that like young trans people, maybe you're trans and queer. But when I watched, for instance, when I watched Harper and Will and Harper, the documentary with Harper Steele and Will Ferrell, and how somebody like Harper Steele, who is an older trans woman, that being really important representation for young trans people. And so, you know, someone like Miriam, who is She is an old lady, but she is certainly spry and still feels full of life and is unapologetically gay. She's an elder lesbian. She's an elder lesbian queen. And I think that that's really important, you know? That you can see queer and trans elders who are living full lives, who are happy, who are they're out here. They are out here, not hiding anything, and are very proud to be queer. Nice for it to not all be tragic. Yes. Oh, Miriam. Hello. Wait a second. Is this Miriam's alt? Hold on. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. It's very generous. Thank you. Okie dokie. What else do I have? So. Oh, SNL drama. Yeah, I wanted to look at the Sarah Sherman sketch. It's so absurd because it's a Zohran Mamdani sketch, and she's very clearly playing a like New York Italian mother. And this sketch is being blasted by Zionists as anti-Semitic because I guess they can't tell that she is Italian. It's very funny. It might even be funnier than the sketch itself that they think she is mocking Sarah, who's also a Jewish woman. She's a Jewish woman who's playing an Italian lady in this sketch. And yeah, okay, so let's take a look. As an Italian American with all Long Island family, she's literally every single one of my aunts.
Historic win in the primary. Zohran Mamdani is now the front runner in the New York.
Speaking of R.I.P. Miss Major Griffin Gracie, an amazing trans woman who's at the forefront of the trans rights movement, who just died at 79. Oh my God. Rest in power. What a queen.
City mayoral race. Here to comment? Yeah. Here to comment is a very concerned New Yorker, Rhonda Licenzo.
Like, her name is Rhonda Licenzo. Her name is Rhonda Licenzo. Okay? It's like somebody straight out of The Sopranos. Rhonda Licenzo. Forget about it.
Michael Che, thank you so much for giving me this platform.
Well, thanks for being here. I got to say, Rhonda, you have very panicked energy already.
Oh, me? Why would I be panicked? Oh, I'm just thrilled that our city is about to be taken over by my favorite type of person. Bum, 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 bum. Hooray! A hipster jihadist!
That's pretty strong words out the gate.
It's also like, okay, for Zionists going, well, this is anti-Semitic because she's clearly playing a Jewish woman. I think that's actually you being sus as hell. Why? Is it because she's racist? Is it because she's referring to Zohran Mamdani as jihadist? What in the projection? That feels like a self-report.
Well, Che, he isn't even a real New Yorker, Che. He's from Uganda, okay? I'm a real New Yorker, Che. I'm from Long Island, Che.
Long Island isn't in New York City.
Gianmarco said the same thing.
Well, really? Then how come I voted for Cuomo in the primary 48 times, Che?
I don't know, but that's illegal.
You know what should be illegal, Che? All of Mamdani's socialist policies, free buses, rent freeze, universal child care. You know, I read that Mamdani himself said that he's gonna enact Sharia law in the city. Sharia law. He can't do that, Che. I know Sharia. She's my nail tech, and she should not be a law. Coffee, Che?
No.
Lord.
And where are you reading this stuff?
In the New York Times, Che, on their website, in a comment on a recipe for a halloumi salad.
That Sharia law thing is not true, Rhonda. You know that.
Well, I'll tell you what is true, Che. Mandani is an ISIS-trained millennial Nepo baby from Uganda. I mean, you gotta be kidding me, Che.
Oh.
Hey, Che. Hey, Che, you think Colin would do that joke for me in exchange for a pair of my panties? Coffee, Che?
No. And that
Coffee,
coffee
Che?
smells a lot like gin. Rhonda, where are you getting all this information?
Zoran told me, Che. He told me to my face in a sexual fantasy I had about him.
You've had a sex dream about him?
And I've written it as a screenplay.
Like, I think the sketch is good, and honestly, SNLW for highlighting the insane racism that has surrounded Zoran Mamdani's campaign. But I also keep laughing, thinking about how people have been calling this an anti-Semitic caricature, where it's like, what here to you is screaming anti-Semitic caricature?
We open on Tehran. We hear the Muslim call to prayer, and out of a cloud of hookah smoke steps the tic-tac Bolshevik himself, Zoran. He drops his towel,
Yeah, those are-
revealing his big, girthy bust.
Those are his
And tonight,
campaign colors,
I'm
her
writing
cup.
it for free. Coffee, Che.
No. Rhonda, I think I'm just confused. There's so much gin in there. I think I'm just confused why
so
you care.
much
I mean, you don't
gin
even
in
live
there.
in New York City.
Only because I can't afford it. No one can. Listen, Che, whether you like it or not, Long Islanders make New York City what it is, okay? Without us, who would take calls on speakerphone during The Lion King, okay? Without us, where would all the most violent cops live?
Staten Island.
Okay, Rhonda, I just think some of what you're saying is pretty Islamophobic is all.
Islamophobic, Che? How dare you? How dare you, Che? I'm not Islamophobic, okay? I'm just scared of all Muslim people.
That's what Islamophobic...
Okay, yes, that is exactly what it fucking is. People will be like, look, I'm not a racist. I'm not an Islamophobe. I just don't trust Muslims. Okay, I just remember 9/11. All right, are you really forgetting 9/11? Hello? I'm not Islamophobic, but hello. Hello, these Muslims.
It means.
Oh, then that is what I am, yes.
All right, Rhonda Lachenzo, everybody.
Okay, that's what that means. Okay, that's what that means. And yeah, that's what I am. Okay, then yeah, that's what I am. Oh, yeah. Okay, sure. This is like when, honestly, here's the thing, you know? Just say you're Islamophobic. Just admit it. When you go around and you go, oh yeah, these Muslims hitting the hard M. You know, just when people go, you're Islamophobic, just be like, oh yeah, no, I am. Like at least be honest. It's anti-Semitic because Long Island was promised to the Israelites 3,000 years ago. 3,000 years ago. Yeah, you must be a fucking idiot to watch this. You must be a fucking idiot to watch this and not understand how this is like your average Italian auntie from Long Island. Like it's very obvious. It's very obvious. Speaking of what was I talking about? Oh, Gianmarco. Yes. So I think tomorrow, also Zio, thank you for the 33 months. I think tomorrow, I hate to say it, but I think I'm going to Fear End, my Nemesis podcast. I like that I say Nemesis podcast as if I still have a podcast. But I think I'm going to be on Fear End because I think I'm going to be there to talk with Gianmarco. Is he going to be a guest? Did I just spoil that shit? He's supposed to be on Fairyland. Okay, maybe I didn't spoil it. Maybe I didn't spoil it. No, Haas said it today. Okay, cool. Yeah. So here's the thing. The reason that I'm going is because one, Austin Show's not going to be there. It was already leaked. Great. Austin Show's not going to be there because he's going to TwitchCon tomorrow. Will was supposed to go to TwitchCon tomorrow, but I think now going Friday. So I said, look, there's only one other person who knows Gianmarco. No offense to Gianmarco. It's on them. You're amazing. Gianmarco is so funny and great. It is totally on these people for not knowing who he is. I know who Gianmarco and I, we follow each other on Twitter. We're both theater kids. So you best believe that I am going to be there so that we can theater kid out. He's so funny. Love his podcast. He's great. He's really great. He has been, he's blowing up in the comedy world. I think he's definitely one of those people to look out for. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so his whole thing too is he's like a comedian that combines club comic and theater kid. Like he is a theater kid who is a stand-up comedian, and it's a big part of his act. And so that's why I'm like, okay, obviously I need to be there. Obviously, as the resident theater kid, I need to be there to ensure that he has support, that he has moral support. You kind of are the perfect person to be there, though. Like, the fuck would the rest of Fear even say? They don't understand. They don't speak theater kid language like I do. Did you see him getting hate mail for being gay but not being gay? No, he has this really funny... Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Okay.
I'm not gay, but I'm definitely something. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying we need to add a new term just for me, but there's no way I'm the same thing as Joe Rogan. That doesn't make sense to anyone in this room, right? God, I read Joe Rogan on his podcast. I guess he said there was some high school where there was a kid identifying as a cat, which is bullshit. I was Mr. Mistopheles for one semester.
Mr. Mistopheles for one semester.
No, I don't know. I don't know what it is about me, but I post pictures of myself online. People accuse me of gay baiting. I'm like, you can't blame the worm for the kind of fish that it catches. And let me tell you, it rubs some people the wrong way that I won't rub them the right way. Someone once commented on one of my videos, they said, we need to put a stop to this straggit. Have you heard?
Also, the fucking Fosse shirt kills me.
It's a straight agate. I was like, finally, a slur of my own.
I told Will, I was like, you and Gianmarco will get along very well. Very well. You guys will definitely vibe. His special is free on YouTube. Oh, I know. I would like to watch it tonight because I got to do my research, you know? So I figured it's an hour long. It's free on YouTube. What the hell? Let's watch it. Let's watch it. I can take my notes. I can make sure to mention certain bits. As a former theater gay, there are quite a lot of straight theater kings. Well, that's the funny thing about it is when you are, it is an entire category. Straight guy who's in theater, straight theater guy, and how people, they don't know what to do. I mean, David Cornsweet, hello? Yeah, exactly. But David Cornsweet is like, Gianmarco has theater energy. He has theater kid energy. And so I think just that too, people go, well, you must be gay. It's like, is he gay or is he just a theater kid? Or both. Or both. It's a well-established archetype. Yes. Anyway, so I think tomorrow. So just to give you an idea of schedule coming up, this will be my last stream ever. Because I am now I'm going back to being a professional dog walker. So I'm open for business. This is my last stream until I come back from TwitchCon, because tomorrow I think I will be doing the podcast, and then Friday, throughout the weekend we got TwitchCon, baby. Ha ta ta ta, ha ta ta ta. His channel also has the Downside podcast segments from parts of his pod too. Yeah, he also, me meeting Gianmarco puts me one step closer to finally meeting Caleb Heron, who I love. I love Caleb Heron. I've been a fan of his for so long. I went up against Mr. Beast. That's how much I love Caleb Heron. When I saw Mr. Beast, who mega lulling Caleb, I went, not on my watch. I don't think so. Not today. Not ever. Have you seen his podcast? Yes, with Gianmarco. Very funny. Taylor's going hit her up. Oh, we already talked. We already chatted about it. So yeah, I'm I kind of have wavered between like being excited and then not being excited, but it's a reminder that I get to see a lot of people at TwitchCon, both in the community and then also friends who I don't see normally. Kind of random, Caroline, but do you ever talk about K-pop on your stream? Just curious. Sometimes. I will admit I'm not a K-pop aficionado, so it's not it's not my bread and butter. It's not. I'm not an expert in it, but usually it'll be in if something like big, kind of mainstream pop culture is having. Yeah, you know what I do love? A-pop. That's right. Caroline Quad loves A-pop. I do. Gavin Newsom is going to TwitchCon, and Mike from PA is excited to run into him. Oh, I was invited to the thing that Gavin Newsom is doing, where apparently Gavin is really trying to tap into Twitch, into Twitch culture. So he is going to be at TwitchCon, and there's like a lunch or something. It's like a meet and greet. You can take a photo, maybe say one or two things. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it. Or if I did, it would be at the end. Connor Eats Pants did it. He did. I mean, here's the thing. What the hell am I going to be able to do with one question? I don't know. You know what I think though? I think Gavin is understanding things in a way that other Democrats don't, is what I will say. I have my major issues with Gavin Newsom, but I do think that he is eyeing Twitch. I think he is eyeing content creation. And of course, Democrats, they're behind the ball. Okay. They're so behind the ball. But I think he's got his eye on this. And I think he is basically going to try and do what Donald Trump did, but not in the way that Democrats largely are trying to do this shit now, where they're like, here's a guy sitting in a room with a coffee mug that says, "Let's go Democrats." And like, it's a YouTube channel and it has 30 views. There's a reason that Gavin Newsom went on Fortnite Friday, that he is going to TwitchCon, that he is trying to, he has a podcast himself, that he is really trying to tap into internet culture when he runs for president. He's aiming for a leftist version of Joe Rogan and Kick that doesn't exist yet, but good thing that he communicates that there's value to such a thing. I just see all of what he is doing in the in an effort to prepare for a presidential run. I have thought for a long time that he has had his eye on the presidency. So I think that's why he's doing all this. Joe, we will be talking about the Joe Rogan of the left until the day that the meteor hits this planet. Be like, hey guys, we never got that. Still looking for that Joe Rogan of the left. And also just the way that like Gavin Newsom has been talking and the way that Trump talks, how his social media team is like trolling. They're really ramping up the shit posts, that kind of thing. That is all in service of what I believe to be him planning to run for the presidency. And people are digging it. They are. People are digging it. Okay, what did I want to watch next? I want to take a look at Cheryl Hines on The View. So Cheryl Hines went on The View, and I haven't watched the full thing. I just saw a couple clips, but they do grill her. They do grill her about her hubby, RFK Jr.
The Curb Your Enthusiasm theme, which I
all of that. Everybody from Curb is
and basically that part for you changed the trajectory of your career.
Really did.
So tell us why you think that show resonates with so many people. It is politically incorrect a lot.
Yes, which people like.
That's his wife. Oh, yes. If you don't know, wait, how many of you, hold on a second. How many of you are just now finding out that Cheryl Hines is married to RFK Jr.? Sorry, I thought that was one of those, like, everybody knows that. They have been, they've been married for like over 10 years. And that's why a lot of people who were Curb fans, who have been Cheryl Hines fans, when RFK Jr. was running for president, when he was, involving himself in politics, went, hey, Cheryl, what the hell? Didn't he have an affair with the reporter? Yeah, I mean, RFK Jr. is infamously an unfaithful piece of shit. And in fact, it was his first wife? Mary, who died by suicide. And anyway, so RFK Jr., he drove her towards that. He is notoriously a cheat and has been married a few times now, and has absolutely been unfaithful towards Cheryl.
They love. Now people want it back a little bit.
Yeah, I know.
Somebody in the audience looked at them. What are you looking at your watch for? What you even come here for today? And then he would stop the set. One time he walked off.
What are you doing checking your watch?
But the character, he's not quite like that in real life.
No.
It's an exaggeration.
It's an exaggeration.
Right.
Except when you're wanting to go to lunch with him.
He doesn't want to go to lunch with you. But I appreciate that honesty.
Me too.
I like, this is, tell it like it is.
Makes it easier.
Yeah.
It makes it easier.
Well, it was Larry David in 2005 who introduced you to your husband,
Yes.
Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert Kennedy.
Which is crazy. Crazy. Larry David in 2005 introduced her to RFK Jr. I knew this, but never made the connection that she might be why so many celebs randomly follow RFK on Instagram. Yeah, I mean, also like Schwarzenegger's and their connection. There's definitely this crowd of celebs. Chris Pratt, who married into the Schwarzenegger family, which of course the Shrivers that are related to the Kennedys, that's all the same family. It's all the same family. And then Cheryl Hines, who's been a popular comedic actress for a long time. I mean, Curb Your Enthusiasm is one of the biggest one of the biggest comedy shows ever. So there is definitely a group in Hollywood that has a personal connection to RFK Jr.
Yes. And the two of you have been married for 11 years. So when he proposed to you without a ring, I think there was some Spanish moss involved.
Yes. Yes.
Is this the life you imagine? What's been the hardest part about navigating Washington and the political spotlight?
I love, is this the life you imagine? That's why I call my book Unscripted. I could not have written this story ahead of time. No, it's not the life that I imagined. And I never imagined that I would, meet Bobby Kennedy, this...
Where did you meet him?
I met him at a fundraiser for Waterkeeper with Larry. But it was not at all like, whoa, you two. Yeah. It was just like...
Larry introduced.
Yeah.
Love your turtleneck. Thank you.
So no, I could not have imagined it. And even when I met Bobby, I mean, he was living in New York. I was living in LA. I had just been in this entertainment sort of bubble, And then I meet him, and he's an environmental attorney, and he's fascinating, and he's interesting, and he's smart, and he's funny, and completely different from anyone I had ever met in my life.
That's for sure.
I know you ladies. I know you love to talk about him.
We do talk about him. So I'm going to ask you some questions about him. So during the last election cycle, he threw his hat in the ring to become the president of the United States.
I would actually say he's dangerously stupid.
16 months later, when it became clear that there was really no viable pathway forward, he throws his support behind now President Trump, because he said they aligned on many key issues, which was sort of surprising to many, certainly surprising to me, because previous to the endorsement, neither of them had anything good to say about the other.
Which, by the way, that happens in a political campaign.
Yes, it does.
All the time.
It does. But this was striking, given the Kennedy name and Kennedy.
Oh, it happens in a political campaign all the time. Yeah. So basically, what you're saying is that people constantly are just grifting. So it's like J.D. Vance calling Donald Trump a Nazi and then doing a 180 on it when he was eyeing being his vice president and then potentially president himself one day.
Legend with the Democratic Party. And you write in your book that friends called voicing concern, saying, you can't let Bobby do this. He's going to get Trump elected. You've got to stop him. Obviously, that didn't happen. How did you feel about his decision to suspend his campaign and support Trump? And did you share any concerns
that you may have had
about that?
Well, I always share all of my concerns with my husband. I have not been a political person. I haven't posted anything on social media other than go out and vote. I never told people who they should vote for. I just said, this is important, you should vote. So with Bobby, that was a very...
No politic here.
Difficult decision to make with President Trump.
Also, just FYI, Cheryl Hines, I think, has technically been a lifelong Democrat, which doesn't mean shit, but it's just one of those things where you go, what do you mean you're not in, like, you can't be married to someone like RFK Jr. and then pull but I'm not really involved in politics. And you can't be somebody who has been a supposed lifelong Democrat and then kind of act like you don't know what's you're not paying attention, you're not posting stuff, it's just a matter of getting out and voting.
It was a crazy year and a half with Bobby running, and at the end of the day, President Trump and Bobby sat down and talked, and yes, did have a lot of common goals. For instance, President Trump just passed, what's it called? Favored nations. So the drugs. So we've been paying.
So drugs. Drugs.
I don't know, twice as much, 10 times as much for pharmaceutical drugs in America than other countries have been paying. So it was very important for President Trump and for Bobby to work together and say, we're no longer doing that. Americans are not going to pay more than other countries for our drugs.
The key to lowering, just take fewer medications. Yeah, as long as you don't you don't actually take these medications, then the prices will. Then you won't have to pay these prices.
They both want access to vaccines.
Okay.
This is also part of the discussion.
Well, Trump just got his COVID shot the other day and the flu shot.
He actually got the coronavirus vaccine through Operation Warp Speed, one of the things I'm most proud of.
Well, right. So, yes, I think a lot of people really wanted the COVID vaccine, and they were excited that it came out so quickly. Now,
So you were supportive of his decision to support Trump?
I was at the beginning.
Oh, and also, let me be clear, like, lowering drug prices is good. Lowering drug prices is good. I think one of the glaring obvious issues here is RFK Jr.'s massive disinformation campaign around vaccines, around the not just COVID vaccine, but vaccines in general. And that you can tell right here is she's like, well, okay, I got to make sure that, I mean, this is the administration that's also pushing Tylenol, causing autism. When pregnant women take Tylenol, they cause their children to be autistic.
What's the word?
Yeah, lowering prices but cutting insurance coverage. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you're not going to pay these high prices when you're just not taking these medications.
I was guarded about it. It was complicated, right? Because it's a big change politically. He starts out as a Democrat. I started out when I first registered to vote. I registered as an independent. Through the years, I changed to a Democrat, and now I'm back to independent. So for Bobby to, in the course of a year and a half, 2 years, go from a Democrat to now working with President Trump, that's a leap. But also as a leap of faith, because Bobby has a lot of supporters. He has a
lot of supporters. Yes, this is a good story to pull up. Okay. Guests urged to be vaccinated at anti-vaxxer Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s party. Guests invited to a holiday party at the home of the leading anti-vaxxer Robert F. Kennedy Jr. were urged to be vaccinated or tested for COVID-19 because Kennedy said, he's not always the boss at my own house. Speaking to Politico, which reported the request before the party in California last week, Kennedy said his wife, the actor Cheryl Hines, was behind it. He also said no effort was made to check if guests had been vaccinated or recently tested. Amid widespread criticism, Doug Hay, a Republican operative, wrote, "The old blame the wife for wanting people to be safe when you're an anti-vaxxer move. Classy." Hines did not comment. Earlier this year, Kennedy was removed from Instagram for sharing misinformation about COVID-19. His Facebook page remains active, as does his Twitter account. This is in 2021. Last month, Kennedy released a book in which he attacks targets, including Joe Biden's chief medical advisor. It's titled The Real Anthony Fauci, Bill Gates, Big Pharma, and the Global War on Democracy and Public Health. There has been no obstacle to bestseller status on Amazon. Earlier this week, the Associated Press reported that Kennedy's anti-vaccination nonprofit Children's Health Defense more than doubled revenue in the first year of the pandemic, reporting $6.8 million raised. Questioned about his decision to title a section of his book, Final Solution, Vaccines or Bust, Kennedy said, I don't think the vaccines have anything to do with eradicating the Jews. Because remember when he was talking about, remember that weird shit he was saying with like the Chinese, crazy title. He was repeating these crazy claims where he said COVID-19 was ethnically targeted to spare Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese people. That's what he said. So, yeah, weird. Not only just pushing disinformation, but also being racist. According to the AP, CHD has recently expanded the reach of its newsletter, launched an internet TV channel, started a movie studio, opened new U.S. branches, and established outposts in Canada, Europe, and Australia. The AP also said CHD had become a leading alternative and natural medicine site with millions of users, in part by targeting groups that may be more prone to distrust vaccines, including mothers and African Americans. Yeah, and that's also why there's all the language around how autism is coming from mothers being vaccinated, from vaccinating their children, because it's a way to blame women for it. And it's a way to put further pressure on mothers to not be vaccinated, to not vaccinate their children. And a lot of, oh God, just really over the last decade, but especially post-COVID, just how many moms have fallen down these right-wing disinformation pipelines around vaccines, around autism. It's terrible. A lot of these, this is what I've talked about before, where a lot of content genres like wellness, type of content that typically draws a majority female audience, like viewers, and how increasingly these types of content creators, which is usually a lot of women too. You think about like Tati and these beauty influencers, and how increasingly they have become more right wing. They are pushing medical misinformation, and so we've just been seeing this. We've been seeing this increase in disinformation being consumed, being spread and consumed. It's so frustrating because vaccines are legit some of the most useful inventions of all time, and these fucking grifters have to ruin it. And let's not forget, though, that this was, like, even though women, a lot of women are targeted by this, and there are women who are spreading this disinformation, and a lot of women who are falling for it. Let's not forget about the fact that it was a man. It was a man who was behind the modern anti-vaccine campaign. And that motherfucker's name is Andrew Wakefield. And we watched the H-Bomber, 4-hour video on him. A British man, no less. Yes, to sell his own vaccine. Okay, so anyway, just pointing out the absurdity of okay, so you're going to have people be vaccinated and COVID tested to come to your house. You, who's married to one of the biggest pushers of COVID, or not of, well, COVID also, but vaccine disinformation. Okay, Cheryl.
A lot of supporters that are Republicans, Independents, Democrats.
Cheryl, it's not fair to really put you on the spot about him.
Thank you.
Because you're his wife. I know that. But when you say that they are pro-vaccine, it seems as though Bobby and Trump are casting doubt on the efficacy of
No, I think it is fair to put her on the spot. I think it is fucking fair to put her on the spot. For sure. No, Cheryl, you don't get to be like, thank you. It's kind of giving misogyny, you know what I'm saying?
The vaccine, which makes Americans very nervous. So that's the problem that we're having.
Okay, yeah. I understand. Yeah. I understand that. And it's interesting because I don't know if you saw 60 Minutes just did a piece about the vaccine injury compensation program.
Yeah.
So people that have had vaccine injuries can be compensated if they can prove it. And they have paid out $5.4 billion for vaccine injuries. So my question is, can we do better?
Is that all vaccines or just the COVID vaccine?
It's all vaccines.
It's all
As far as I know. As far as I know.
Okay.
But so the question is, yes to vaccines. Yes, they are important, and they are an important part of our healthcare. Can we do better? Can we make them safer? Can we make them? Can we listen to parents who say, "My child got the vaccine and changed, and stopped hitting markers"?
Wait, what do you mean? My child got the vaccine and changed, like became trans, which is a big line that's repeated often. Just straight up bullshit that's repeated. That they became autistic, which is also a popular line that these anti-vaxxers use. What do you mean? My child got the vaccine and changed, turned into an X-Men? Come on, Cheryl. Come on. And here's the thing. It's like, as much as they want to try to pretend that RFK Jr. is not an anti-vaxxer, yes, he is. Yes, he is. This is just fluff. Being like, no, vaccines are great. Really? Because that's not what RFK Jr. has been emphasizing. Okay. And in fact, his massive spreading around vaccine misinformation is causing people to get sick, is causing people to die. There are measles and mumps outbreaks in areas like Texas. It's absurd to try and pretend as if this is not that this is not a person who is an anti-vaxxer. Yeah, we got polio making a comeback. They do this plausible deniability thing where he's just anti-COVID, but he doesn't like all. No, that's what it is. It's plausible deniability. It's the same thing as when Trump will be like, I'm not a racist, and then say the most racist things. You just say that you're not that thing as some sort of plausible attempt at plausible deniability while being that thing. So is it still possible to get certain vaccines in the States? I can't remember 100. Yes, but what's been happening is because of the massive anti-vaccine disinformation campaign that's been going on, parents are falling for this. People are choosing not to vaccinate their children. And it's why, and we've covered this on stream, it's why we've seen a something like measles making a comeback, because people are not vaccinating, for instance, their kids against measles. And so U.S. measles cases hit the highest level this year since it was declared eliminated 25 years ago. 25 years ago, we went, measles has been eliminated. We have the vaccines. We have disseminated them. Public health info is up. And then because of the anti-vax push, thanks to people like RFK Jr., we have now seen a reemergence of measles and a reemergence at a level that is the highest it has been since it was eliminated. So what do we do about it? Well, what we do about it is we have to emphasize like science and listening to public health officials and doctors, and not people like RFK Jr. and Donald Trump and podcasters who are pushing this kind of shit. You have to, it's all about awareness and getting people to trust in the institutions and the experts who are trying to course correct the insane levels of disinformation and misinformation. To quote The Good Place, I would have given anything for a vaccine. Like, any vaccine, it's so weird that you people just like don't like them now.
Developing the way they were developing. Can we listen to people when they say that instead of saying, you're crazy?
I agree with that, but you want to listen. But you want to listen to scientists, right?
And Cheryl, if I could ask you, and you're lovely for being here. As you know, I'm pregnant. You're a mom. You've had children.
She's pregnant?
I just wanted an opportunity to talk about it. No, I'm kidding. So your husband, when he announced basically that he believed he found some causal links between autism and Tylenol,
do you have to pay for vaccines in the U.S.? So health insurance plans will cover vaccines, but also the vaccines that are given at birth. So that is polio, measles, Hep B, tuberculosis, meningitis. You can go to a state clinic and get those for free, but they have also in the Trump era been making it harder for people to access that type of health care. COVID-19 vaccines were free. But yes, if your state has a clinic, and of course they have been defunding and ensuring that it's only harder for people, especially in these rural areas where they already don't have a robust healthcare system to begin with. How has the administration made vaccines harder to get? Well, just as I said, so by defunding public health, by misinformation, so turning people away from getting vaccines, by making just, new federal restrictions, making it harder for people to access these vaccines. So it's not just pushing lies, it's also in the form of legislation, new FDA limits, just making things much more complicated as far as people's ability to access and freely access vaccines. Making them no longer required, therefore they're no longer required to be covered for free. Right, so this is policy as well. So it's not just harmful rhetoric. It's not just people who are choosing not to get vaccines if they are able to, choosing not to get vaccines because they're convinced that vaccines are bad for their children, that vaccines are causing autism, that my kid got the vaccine and then changed. So it's not just that, but it's also making it harder via policy for people who do want to get vaccines to get them.
Created a lot of panic in women who were being told by their OBGYNs who look at them that Tylenol, if necessary to treat pain during pregnancy, is safe. What would you say, and I know you're not a medical professional, but to women who now feel anxious and
I know
nervous
you're not a
because their
medical
doctor's
professional.
telling them one thing.
That doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter if you're not a medical professional, just as far as being positioning yourself as an expert. Okay.
But the top public health professional is telling them something very different.
Well, they
let's see,
said,
Cheryl. Let's see.
Consult your doctor before taking it. That's what they were saying, and that's
no, actually.
So I agree. Listen, I've been pregnant. I understand it's stressful being pregnant. I found because you're so concerned with everything. I didn't drink caffeine.
Really?
when I
Is
was
that what
pregnant.
they were saying?
So to say, hey, you know, consult your doctor before you take this, I agree with that. And I think that's okay for moms to hear.
Cheryl?
Yeah? Go ahead.
Now,
all right.
I am. This is not
Come on,
your
Whoopi.
fight, really,
Come
to
on.
be fighting. This is your husband's fight.
Thank you for.
Okay, really? Because Donald Trump explicitly said, don't take Tylenol. Fight like hell not to take it. Is that him saying, you know what? This should be a conversation between you and your doctor. Just like abortion. No, Donald Trump straight up said, do not take Tylenol, which he repeated over and over again. Fight like hell not to take it.
Acknowledging that, but go ahead. But hear what we're talking about. Yeah.
Okay, wait, let me go back.
This is not
Wonder
your
Gal,
fight,
thank you for the
really,
26
to be
months.
fighting. This is your husband's fight.
Thank you for acknowledging that, but go ahead. But hear what we're talking about.
I do want to say, you know, he's not a doctor and he's not a professional.
Yes.
And oftentimes when he's talking, oftentimes when he's speaking, he is speaking not with the best information that we can get because, you know, yeah, we could do a lot better with health stuff. And there's a lot of stuff he can do. And some of the things he's suggested, take it out of the hands of my doctor and me and my OBGYN and me. And I wonder, does it give you pause and are you able to say, you know, that might not actually be so because I've got my experience and I've lived with this and I'm still here. So are you able to have those conversations with her?
I am able to have those conversations. And just to be clear, 90% of secretaries of HHS have not been doctors.
But they've had a
There
science
have been
background.
3.
Yeah.
No, to be honest, one of Obama's secretaries of HHS was an economist.
But
So-
the majority of them that haven't had medical backgrounds have had a science background.
Wait, don't
which
do
our husband
anything
doesn't
else.
have
Don't,
either.
don't say anything else yet.
'Cause I do
we
wanna-
have to take a break.
I want to respond to both of these. Coming at
Yes,
us.
You
yes.
have another segment.
We'll be
Okay,
right
yeah.
back with more with Cheryl Hines.
I like that that was supposed to be the big gotcha. Well, secretaries of Health and Human Services of the past have not been doctors. That's her saying that in response to them pointing out that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. does not have a science and health background and is pushing anti-science, is pushing really dangerous disinformation over the expertise of doctors and science and health professionals. So that is like a problem here, is that it's not that you're supposed to be a doctor if you are the Secretary of Health and Human Services. It's a political, it's a management position, but you cannot be speaking as the expert. Yeah, he's an environmental lawyer, like sticking with the EPA. It makes no sense for somebody like him. And then on top of that, to be actively positioning himself as an expert and people treating him that way, right? Like, he's supposed to be listening to the actual professionals and the experts, and his job is management. His job is like allocating resources, and it's a managerial position. Don't stick him with the EPA. No bear carcasses in every park. Remember when he said if he could any event in history, it would be the if he could take back any event in history, it would be the vaccination of his children. Yeah, wait, let me see if there's more to this. Hold on.
Okay, we're back with Cheryl Hines, and we had to take the break because we had to go to break. But
yes, but I just wanted to follow up.
She's like, let me get back to this.
Bobby's background, everything I have seen him do, he has dedicated his career to suing big corporations because of toxins that have been affecting people's health, I should say. So, for instance, Monsanto. He was part of the team that sued Monsanto because of Roundup, a pesticide that was causing cancer.
With GMOs.
Right.
I know that.
Okay, so then why RFK Jr., who was once poisoned by mercury, okay, he's got a personal story here. Then why, when the EPA weakened rules against mercury pollution, he said nothing about it? So this is a guy. Now, here's the problem here, Cheryl. We're not talking about RFK Jr. in the past. We're talking about RFK Jr. now. So it's not that it doesn't even matter. I think it's telling that RFK Jr. in the past was somebody who was against corporate pollution. And as you said, he was fighting these industries. But now he's working with an administration that's making it easier for these industries to dump pollutants. And then he's saying nothing about mercury regulations being rolled back. A guy who has a personal story in having been poisoned by mercury, now saying nothing, being a part of it. It's socialism or barbarism. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Are anti-vax people chill with Botox? Oh, I mean, that's always the joke, right? When you see these people who have shot up their faces, who have no problem with putting botulism in every part of their face, being like, vaccines are the problem. Literally, my cousin help. I know. I mean, the hypocrisy is comical, but yes, that is something that's been pointed out many times when you see people who are anti-vaxxers and have incredibly Botoxed faces.
He sued DuPont, he sued Exxon, and he sued these companies for health reasons because they were causing health problems.
But the problem, respectfully, is that your husband is the least qualified Department of Health and Human Services head.
Okay, but I would say, okay, Cheryl, that's great. But that was Robert Kennedy in the past. And now he is a part of the administration that is committing some of the biggest deregulatory actions in history. So, what do you have to say about that now, of how he is not doing anything about that?
That we've had in history.
I do not.
I think that's a very dangerous.
Why is he less qualified than an economist?
I think
How is that
he
possible?
is less qualified.
He has spent his career studying toxins, studying people's health, fighting for one guy who was using Roundup for his job.
He has also spread a lot of misinformation, a lot of chaos, a lot of confusion, and I think it's just a very dangerous thing. I say it with the utmost respect.
Some of it's good and some of it's not. That's the point.
Listen, we all have different views here.
Yes.
And when you
Right,
say,
right. Cheryl, the problem is he's spreading fucking lies that have a proven, or he's saying things going against what is a proven scientific history. So he is going against the experts. He's going against the science. He's going against what has been established for a long time. Cheryl? So stop trying to bring up Obama's head of HHS, because it's not, the problem is not that RFK Jr. is not a doctor. When you keep being like, well, the other guy was an economist. It's that he is one of the most irresponsible and dangerous spreaders of medical misinformation.
Misinformation, disinformation. We could go back to COVID when
He's connecting circumcision to autism.
May I finish?
Please.
When people Fauci people were saying when you get the vaccine, you cannot transmit COVID. It will stop COVID. And that was disinformation, misinformation.
We were also still learning about it. It was a
Oh
novel
my
virus
God.
that we've never
Everybody's-
encountered before.
right.
Because
So
now
but-
the doctors will acknowledge that
And
you
Dr.
can't.
Fauci
but
has a
at
medical
the time, they were
degree.
censoring Bobby because Bobby said, where's the science to show us this? And there wasn't any. But people attacked him and said, you're wrong. So it's like, let's take a step back. I know that's your opinion, and that's okay.
Cheryl, one thing that I think we can all agree on, and you're a big fan of with
thank
his,
you.
is
What can we all
the
agree
MAHA
on?
movement, Make America Healthy Again. You praise your husband's campaign to make food and
Bobby.
baby formula safer, which I think is something everyone can get on board with. Tell us about that.
Well, thank you. I am very proud of Bobby, and he has worked really hard to get a lot of, petroleum-based food dyes out of our food, which also, and finish the thought.
Yeah. Also, it wasn't just Bobby being like, "Well, hold on a second. Do we know that this is for sure?" Blah blah blah. As new information was emerging around a novel virus, he was promoting conspiracy theories. There's a reason that he earned a reputation as one of the leading spreaders of COVID-19 misinformation around the virus, around the vaccine. Like, hello, he was talking about Black people's immune systems. He was talking about how the COVID virus was intentionally made to not affect Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese people.
Even baby formula, now we're finding out there's arsenic, there's lead. So the question is, who is running HHS when they allowed lead and arsenic in a baby formula? How is that person not
Well, two
dangerous?
wrongs don't make a right.
No! Well, I'm saying Bobby is the one getting this out.
I know,
You
good for him.
For,
On
you know,
that, yeah.
Thank you.
Can we clear one thing before you go?
Yes.
So that I don't have to make any jokes about it. Does he or does he not have a
I
brain?
love this idea. I love this idea that if ever science has been wrong, if ever we've when we've advanced, when we've progressed and learned oh yeah, how there was just lead in the water and all of these the things that people were consuming on a daily basis, having pollutants in them. I love how she's trying to point to any time in the past that we have learned, oh, wow, we've learned about something that we previously didn't know. That it's like, oh, well, why aren't you getting mad about that? Why aren't you getting mad about that? Like, they just came out today talking about protein powder. Hold on, let me find the story. Protein powder, new report reveals that some have high levels of lead. Nobody is saying that we shouldn't be encouraging research and testing to discover if there are harmful pollutants in things that we are ingesting. Like, no shit. And that we need more regulation, etc. That's not RFK Jr. is not a whistleblower on this. That's not what the issue is here. Obviously, no. She's just running cover.
It ate just a little bit of his brain and died. So don't worry.
Yeah, and then also, again, your husband and the administration he's a part of is actively defunding this kind of research. They are going after the FDA. They are going after the EPA. They're going after regulatory bodies. They are constantly defunding health and science. Do you see a problem with that?
Oh, it's a dead brain worm.
What died? Wait, what? The brain died? Wait, wait.
It's a callback to the campaign.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. No, book. You've got to read my book. It's just
okay. Anyway, I've seen enough. I've seen enough. And then defunding health insurance, deregulating these corporations that are just then getting free reign to keep polluting, and then, you know, kicking people off of their insurance. Do you think that these things are all leading to a healthier America? Do you think we're going to make America healthy again via deregulation and defunding and people losing health insurance? Is America healthy again? Is it great again? I don't know. So much winning. So much winning. Make America healthy again is about personal responsibility and wealth. Maha. I'm so... Are you guys tired of winning yet? Because I don't know about you, but I'm pretty tired of winning. It doesn't feel so good. All right, here's the... Oh, that's what I was going to pull up. This is the Consumer Report on protein powders and shakes containing high levels of lead. Protein supplements are widely popular, but CR's test of 23 products found that more than 2/3 of them contain more lead in a single serving than our experts say is safe to have in a day. But before you start thinking, oh, is this why all these Manosphere podcast bros are like this? My understanding is a lot of the types of proteins they consume is different from what's talked about in this report. So they are that way. They are that way for other reasons. Much has changed since Consumer Reports first tested protein powders and shakes. Over the past 15 years, Americans' obsession with protein has transformed what had been a niche product into the centerpiece of a multi-billion-dollar wellness craze, driving booming supplement sales and spawning a new crop of protein-fortified foods that now saturate supermarket shelves and social media feeds. Yet for all the industry's growth and rebranding, one thing hasn't changed. Protein powders still carry troubling levels of toxic heavy metals, according to a new Consumer Reports investigation. Our latest test of 23 protein powders and ready-to-drink shakes from popular brands found that heavy metal contamination has become even more common among protein products, raising concerns that the risks are growing right alongside the industry itself. For more than 2/3 of the products that we analyzed, a single serving contained more lead than CR's food safety experts say is safe to consume in a day. Hey, honey, have you had your daily dose of lead? Some by more than 10 times. That's how hard I go, y'all. That's how fucking badass I am. I am consuming 10 times the amount of lead that you are supposed to. And anybody who's not is just a weak bitch. Pumping iron while pumping lead. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, bro. It's concerning that these results are even worse than the last time we tested, said Tunde Akinlaya, the CR food safety researcher who led the testing project. This time, in addition to the average level of lead being higher than what we found 15 years ago, there were also fewer products with undetectable amounts of it. The outliers also packed a heavier punch. Naked Nutrition's vegan mass gainer powder, the product with the highest lead levels, had nearly twice as much lead per serving as the worst product we analyzed in 2010. Nearly all the plant-based products CR tested had elevated lead levels, but some were particularly concerning. 2 had so much lead that CR's experts caution against using them at all. A single serving of these protein powders contained between 1,200 and 1,600% of CR's level of concern for lead, which is 0.5 micrograms per day. Two others had between 400 and 600% of that level per daily serving. CR experts recommend limiting these to once a week. The lead levels in plant-based products were on average 9 times the amount found in those made with dairy products like whey. And that's what I think is what a lot of the like podcast bros, the gym podcast bros, I think it's whey protein. Look, I'm going to keep it a buck. Like, I have never been a protein person. I have never been a like doing protein shakes and all that. But I also do recognize that it does feel like a lot more products these days are advertised as having protein in them. It's like, oh, here's protein chips, here's protein bars, here's protein drinks, here's protein. It does feel like everything because it's such a massive industry now. And just remember, I mean, this is just kind of old school, but still rings true. Yeah, protein vape when. Hey, here's your cherry flavored protein vape. It is always, if you do any type of supplements, you do want to make sure that like the vitamins and protein and all that stuff that is good for you, you are getting from like natural, like what are naturally derived from food sources. So you don't want to skip out on eating veggies just because you're taking supplements with vitamins that are found in them. Like you want to make sure ideally you are consuming real food that is, those vitamins are what you're getting from that food, straight from the source. I just had fried chicken. I think I'm okay. No, you're good. You're going to live a long, healthy life. I do protein powder and vitamins. I'm always checking to make sure it's from natural food sources along with my supplements. And I am not at all, I am not at all an expert in this. I am not somebody who I think is good about getting their vitamins. I have I really like chips, as you all know. So I'm definitely not a person to give advice who is very good about having a healthy, balanced diet. How much do you like chips? I really like chips. Y'all know that I consume food mostly through snacking. Not good. I have an aversion to most vegetables. Like, I don't know the last time. Sometimes I'm like, when's the last time I had a vegetable? I don't know. Okay, there's no reason to panic if you've been using any of the products that we've tested or if you're taking protein supplements generally. Many of these powders are fine to have occasionally, and even those with the highest lead levels are far below the concentration needed to cause immediate harm. That said, because most people don't actually need protein supplements, nutrition experts say the average American already gets plenty. It makes sense to ask whether these products are worth the added exposure. That one guy blending frozen chicken breast and a packet of Crystal Light on Netflix Love is Blind seems to have been ahead of all of us. Yeah, that guy's operating on levels never seen before. Consumers often assume supplements deliver health benefits without risks, said Peter Cohen, MD, an associate professor of medicine at Harvard Medical School. But that's not true. CR's experts agree. For many people, there's more to lose than you're gaining, says Akinley, who suggests that regular users of protein supplements consider reducing their consumption. Unlike prescription and over-the-counter foods, the Food and Drug Administration doesn't review, approve, or test supplements like protein powders before they are sold. Federal regulations also don't generally require supplement makers to prove their products are safe, and there are no federal limits for the amount of heavy metals that they can contain. Yeah, so just remember, there's no need to limit yourself when it comes to consumption of heavy metal as music, but when it comes to heavy metals in food and other things you are ingesting, you do want to be aware. You do want to be paying attention to what you are ingesting. The only lead I consume is Led Zeppelin. There you go. Well, I mean, we're all consuming lead, but microplastics, lead. Just give me all of it. While no amount of lead is technically safe, the greatest danger comes from repeated or continuous exposure, particularly at high doses, says Rose Goldman, MD, an associate professor of medicine and physician at Cambridge Health Alliance in Medford, Massachusetts. Children and pregnant people are most vulnerable because lead can damage the developing brain and nervous system, which has the potential to cause neurological issues, learning delays, and behavioral problems. But chronic lead exposure has also been linked to immune suppression, reproductive problems, kidney damage, and high blood pressure in adults. Lead lingers in the body, so even small amounts can add up over time and contribute to health risks. And unlike some other foods CR has tested for heavy metals, such as chocolate and bubble tea, protein powder isn't usually treated as an occasional indulgence. For many people, it's part of their daily routine. Some products are even marketed as complete meal replacements, with superfans bragging in online forums about surviving on nothing but these powders for weeks or months at a time. Compounding the problem is the exploding popularity of protein-fortified foods. This is what I was talking about. Protein-fortified foods, snacks, and beverages, which are designed to supplant conventional foods in American diets, but are frequently made with the same problematic ingredients as the supplements. The FDA can take action if it finds unsafe lead levels, but the lack of enforceable standards means it doesn't happen nearly enough, says Brian Ronholm, CR's director of food policy. The FDA's lack of funding and staff makes the problem worse. I wonder why that's happening. Establishing enforceable limits in foods and supplements would go a long way in protecting consumers. Okay, so here's what CR's test found. Also, Timmy, thank you for the 31 months. Nikki, thank you for the 25 months. For our test, CR selected a range of best-selling dairy, beef, and plant-based protein supplements, including protein powders and ready-to-drink protein shakes. We purchased multiple samples of each product, including 2 to 4 distinct lots over a 3-month period beginning last November. CR bought the products anonymously from a variety of sources, including popular online retailers like Amazon and Walmart, at supermarkets and health food stores in New York State, such as the Vitamin Shop and Whole Foods Market. Then CR tested samples from multiple lots of each product for total protein, arsenic, cadmium, lead, and other elements. Because the results are based on an average of these samples, which were collected over a specific period of time, they may not mirror current contaminant levels in every product. Even so, the findings highlight why consumers should carefully consider the role of protein powders and shakes in their diet. For more details on our testing methods and research and results, see our methodology sheet. All products met or exceeded their label claim of protein in our tests, offering between 20 to 60 grams of protein per serving. Lead was the main heavy metal that emerged as an issue. About 70% of products that we tested contained over 120% of CR's level of concern for lead, which is 0.5 micrograms per day. 3 products also exceeded our level of concern for cadmium and inorganic arsenic. You know, some guys just can't hold their arsenic. He had it coming. Toxic heavy metals that have been classified as a probable human carcinogen and known human carcinogen, respectively, by the EPA. 2 plant-based protein powders contained enough lead that our experts advise against consuming them. Naked Nutrition's Mass Gainer powder contains 7.7 micrograms of lead per serving, which is roughly over 1,570% of CR's level of concern for the heavy metal. 1 serving of Huel's Black Edition powder contains 6.3 micrograms of lead, or about 1,290% of CR's daily lead limit. So if you consume either of these, be aware that they are way, way, way over the daily lead limit. And remember, daily lead limit is not like you should be consuming this amount of lead every day. This is if you consume this amount of lead every day, which a lot of people do, you'll be okay, but also lead accumulates because it's not like it goes into your body and then goes right out. It does accumulate. So especially if you are consuming well over the daily lead recommendation, then you are more likely to have adverse effects. How much lead do you think the Huel Cybertruck owner has in their brain? Oh my God, this is the ugliest thing. This is the ugliest thing. The Cybertruck. Oh my God. This person, this owner is just straight made out of lead. They might as well be a pencil. Like, if you see them, just call them, be like, hey, pencil. Okay, so we got Naked Nutrition's Mass Gainer. We've got Huel's Black Edition powder. 2 other powders containing lead between 400 and 600% of CR's level of concern. That is Garden of Life Sport Organic Plant-Based Protein and Momentous's 100% plant protein. Consumers should limit these to once a week. I work in data science. I will say the Consumer Reports uses the California standard from their laws and not the FDA or EU level regulations for lead. So it isn't great at all, but they made it look scary with the high percentages because they use the smallest estimate. For example, you consume in food 50 to 80 micrograms of lead a day from fruits and veggies and meat. So for example, Huel is basically equivalent to the amount you would eat in a day. So it's still not great. Yeah, I think I do think that that's clear where it's like, look, it's not that if you have any lead, you're just going to keel over and die. We do consume lead on a daily basis. It's basically, okay, this is the recommended limit. And so for people who, and here's the thing, it's because also in recent times, the protein industry has exploded. So it's not just consuming a protein powder shake to go to the gym. I mean, people are drinking protein powder shakes to like not even go to the gym. They're just drinking those. I've done that. But they're drinking the shakes, they're eating the snacks, maybe they're having 2 shakes. Like people are consuming tons and tons of protein products every day, which is then going to, it's going to all add up. It's going to add up. So here they said, look, you don't need to stop drinking these 2 products here, but you should limit them. So if you're consuming this every day on top of everything else, and maybe you're consuming multiple times, you're having multiple shakes, then you should really consider limiting it. The only non-plant-based protein powder with lead detected at over 200% of CR's level of concern was Muscle Med's Carnivore Mass Powder. 6 additional plant-based powders, 5 dairy-based powders and shakes, and 1 beef powder. That sounds fucking sick. That is gross. Beef powder? Get out of here. Yeah, I just had my beef powder shake. I wake up every morning and I can't wait. Top of the day, my cig and my beef powder shake. And then I just ram my head into the wall 10 times. We also found measurable levels of cadmium and inorganic arsenic in some products. 1 serving of Huel's Black Edition plant-based protein powder contained 9.2 micrograms of cadmium, more than double the level that public health authorities and CR's experts say may be harmful to have daily, which is 4.1 micrograms. Another plant-based option, Vega's premium sport powder, had enough cadmium that 1 serving would also put you just over that level. In 1 dairy-based product, Optimum Nutrition Serious Mass Whey Protein Powder, we also detected 8.5 micrograms per serving of inorganic arsenic. Look, y'all, if you want to poison your low-life, good-for-nothing husbands, just feed them this protein powder over and over again. And some guys just can't hold their inorganic arsenic. Just give them Mass Gainer. He had it coming. He had it coming. Why is there cadmium in there? I don't know. Cadmium, it occurs naturally, right? These are things that are in the soil, can be absorbed by plants. So why are the levels really high? It's because of what they're making these powders out of. It's to recharge your batteries. Yeah. Look, y'all, if your social battery is running low, it's because you're not having enough Optimum Nutrition Serious Mass Whey protein powder. I can't believe for all the powder, people like Hassan and Will and other people that I know who love their protein shakes, I can't believe that their batteries aren't constantly filled. Also, storm water runoff is a big cause of metals. Yeah, so there's a multitude of reasons as to why these heavy metals are found, end up in our foods and drinks and water and all that. And so I think it just bear in mind that this isn't supposed to be like, oh my God, if you have any inorganic arsenic or lead or any of these metals that you're going to turn into a robot. It's just a matter of ensuring that you are aware of what you are ingesting and making sure that you're not consuming that Huel Cybertruck amount of lead. No, not my Quest protein shakes. Better choices for daily consumption. Okay, so they have this all broken down. Here, I will link this to you. I will link that for your reference. My Muscle Milk Pro Advanced Nutrition Protein Shake. Do you guys remember when I was drinking what were those drinks that are supposed to be for working out? Remember when I was just like kind of having that on the reg? And then Will found out. He's like, are you insane? It was like creatine. I can't remember what it was. It was a pre-workout. Yes. I was drinking pre-workout. His special pre-workout drinks and then not working out. No, it wasn't it was specifically a pre-workout drink. So the idea is that you drink it and then you work out. And Will was like, I don't understand how. He goes, are you like, is your skin itching? Do you feel? I go, no. He's like, aren't you sitting there just buzzing? I'm like, no. I think that's probably not a good sign. I was drinking those and not feeling shit. It probably affects your sleep. I mean, look, I know my sleep schedule is horrible. It's really not good. And I think it does have to do with the amount of caffeine I consume. I drink caffeine morning through night. I am never not drinking caffeine. Do you have ADHD? Not more than like the normal, just kind of being on the internet. So no. How long do you sleep? These days, I've only been sleeping about 5 hours a night, which in the past I could rock and roll with. As I've gotten older, it has become harder. And I don't like not getting enough sleep when I have to talk on the Twitch. When I live stream and I know that my words are being poured over, so I usually like to feel rested and ready to rock and roll. Have not been feeling that, and this is just what happens. It's like, okay, then I'll be back. I'm so back, right? I'm like, okay, I'm fixing my schedule, and then I just fucking fall off again. But the reason I drink so much caffeine is because I am so tired. I am so tired. and I'm addicted to it. I'm addicted to caffeine. I'm addicted to nicotine. Just, you know what? When I go over to Hassan's tomorrow to do the podcast, I'm stealing all of his Zins. So that way that motherfucker doesn't even have an excuse. Oh, you're reaching for your Zyn container? Well, it's not there anymore. Because I took all of them. Let a girl live. Well, this girl needs to live a little bit healthier. We're going to make Quan healthy again. Steal the coffee ones? There are coffee ones? That sounds disgusting. I'm going to keep it a buck. But also, I do think I need to try that now. They should have had Regina get tricked into drinking lead-filled protein shakes in the Mean Girls reboot. Yeah, make it modern. Actually, they're awesome. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that the coffee Zins are rad. These are not things that I should. That I should know. Italian PM Georgia Maloney jokes she'd kill someone if she was forced to quit smoking. Yeah, you know, this fascist, I obviously despise I despise on every level. On every level. And I don't think it's a joke because this is Georgia Maloney. But I will say that the times I have tried to quit nicotine or when I'm not getting my usual fix, I am miserable. I am in a terrible mood. I probably would also feel murderous. I do feel murderous. The vibes are not great. The vibes are not great when I have attempted to either quit or cut back. Yeah, so I will always say if you've never tried nicotine, never do it. I don't say that about everything, as y'all know. I do think when it comes to other drugs, you do check with your doctor. No, I would never promote things I consume to everyone. I do think that there are things that for some people can be good and helpful and fun in a way that's not going to cause them to then crash out afterwards. I will never recommend nicotine to a single person. Never. If you've never hit a vape, never hit a vape. If you've never smoked a cigarette, don't smoke a cigarette. I've had nicotine companies try and sponsor me, which is crazy. And I have said over and over, no. No, absolutely not. What about Zins? I mean, I only say it as far as like in my experience being addicted to nicotine, but not wanting to smoke cigarettes and not wanting to vape like a fucking fiend, chairs, all day long. Zins at least are something, but don't start Zins if you've never done nicotine. It's not a like, oh, you should do Zins. You should do Zins if you're not a regular nicotine consumer. I remember when Hassan came over and my Zins were at 8 milligrams. You should have seen his eyes light up. And we were at dinner or something one night and it was at Murat's wedding. It was at Murat's wedding. And I like secretly took out my pouches and he was like, "What is that?" I was like, my nicotine. And he still was like, I can't. He goes, "You're so sneaky." I was like, "Yeah, I am sneaky about it. So please don't be announcing this." And he saw that they were 8 milligrams. He's like, "Give me one." give me one. And I was like, bro, I don't think I should because you're on 6s. And if you do 8s, then you're going to want to do 8s. Because he said he limits himself to 6, not the 8 millies. He limits himself to 6 so that he doesn't do more than 6. I said, but then he was taking them. And then when he came over here for Will's birthday, I knew his ass came in this room because he knew I had my 8s. He knew I had my 8s. I use 9 on the reg. I mean, I've used 12. I have used 12. I was at 12. I went from 12 to 8. 12 is fucking crazy. Do you know who caught me? Not caught me. Michael Reeves. Michael Reeves saw at Streamer Games. I popped a 12 and he was like, is that 12 milligrams of nicotine? I was like, yes. He goes, that is crazy. I said, I know. And honestly, after that, it kind of inspired me to not do the 12s anymore. I will say, if you haven't mentioned it on stream, I never would know. There was a long time that I was like, I was not trying to be a parent about it, but then I kind of looked at it as like, you know what, maybe I can be a PSA. Maybe I can be a PSA because a lot of people are addicted to nicotine. I'm like, here's what I've tried. Here's what I still struggle with. Isn't 12 like smoking 4 cigarettes in 5 minutes? I don't know, but it's not good. So I stopped the 12s and then I was on 8s. And then I never knew until Hassan came out and exposed you. I know. He exposed me. He exposed me. So it's out there. But I went from 12 to 8 and now I'm back on 6. And the next step is dropping down to 4. So here's the thing is that I am always trying to at least cut back. It's really hard to go cold turkey. It works for some people. So at least I'm trying to cut back. So right now I am resituating myself on 6s and then I will be dropping down to 4s. Here's the deal though. You know what? Whatever. Okay. We're like, we've got heavy metals. What's a little bit of, see, this is what I tell them, like, what's a little bit of nicotine? No. Eventually the goal is to be off of it or to only have it once in a while. And by that, I mean after a meal. That's the hardest thing. It's like when you're drinking after a meal. Those are the really tough moments. It was with coffee for me. Yeah, any other type of stimulant. You have great skin and hair for someone who consumes a lot of Nick. Well, it's ridiculous how much I have spent on skincare and taking and dermatological work to I mean, but that's the contradiction, right? It's like you see Bella Hadid, who's got that one video of her laying out all the different like green juices and grass and all these very, very healthy things that she puts in her body and then smokes cigarettes. You know, what's a little cig with the green juice? And also when I did that show, High Fidelity, not High Fidelity, I can't remember. No, that's a movie. High Potential. The actor on High Potential, what was his name? Daniel Sunjata, this guy. We were all sitting there. And I saw him and he was drinking his green juice and then he had his pack of Reds. And so he was like sipping his juice while then smoking his cigarettes. And as we were sitting there, I think he smoked at least 2. And I looked at him and he just kind of shrugged and was like, it's called balance. It's all about balance. You know, I have my green juice and then I also have my cigarette and it cancels it out. Wait, which episode? Don't even bother. Don't even bother trying to find it because they ended up cutting a lot of the lines, the scenes that I was in. So I don't eat like you. It's one of those where if I were to go, there's the shot, blah, blah, blah. You'd be like, oh, there she is. But otherwise, like, nah, it's not worth trying to find it. No, it doesn't cancel out. But see, in the mind of nicotine fiends, yes, it does. I've been limiting myself to no more than 3 times a day. Yeah. I would say, you know, if you are somebody who if you have your crutch and it's really hard to quit it, at least try to limit yourself. And honestly, that's really what this is about too, where it's like, look, these heavy metals are found in our waters and in foods, and it's not that if you consume any bit of it that you're totally fucked, but it's just making sure that you are limiting your consumption and being aware of these products, like these protein shakes that that have concerning levels. I mean, you also don't owe anyone any explanation. Yeah, I mean, look, it's not like I have an addiction that is actively harming people. My addiction to nicotine hurts me, and I know that. And it's more of like, one of the reasons that I talk about it on stream is so other people can just hear my experience, and also so I kind of try and hold myself accountable a little bit. I try. Thank you for talking about how hard it can be. It is really hard. It is. All right, let's watch Gianmarco's.
I come from a fucked up family.
Gianmarco Soresi's full comedy special on YouTube called Thief of Joy. Any tips for quitting cannabis? I've never had a cannabis issue, so I can't really speak to that, but I'm sure people in this chat can. I have definitely been a stoner at certain points, but I didn't struggle with it in a way. Like I struggle with nicotine. So step 1 to quitting cannabis, give it to me. No, I mean, look, if people want to quit smoking a bunch of weed, that's their prerogative. All right. So you little stoners in here being like, oh, come on, man, it's fine. The weed does cause problems in people's lives. Okay. There are people who are like, I need to stop smoking so much weed because it makes me sit on the couch and just eat snacks and watch Simpsons all day. Or like when I need to, you know, people want to cut back on things for their own reasons. It's expensive, you know, it's expensive. Maybe you just don't feel like you are as productive. And so you want to cut back on it, and you want it to be more of a treat after work when you come back home and you're chilling and, you know. The good news about quitting weed is there aren't like withdrawal symptoms. So it's about your discipline. My advice is don't rebuy. Yes, that is one nice thing, is you don't have, you don't get withdrawal symptoms like you get with other substances when you cut back or when you go cold turkey on I'm not saying that there might not be. Look, I'm not saying that if you smoke a lot of weed, that you stop smoking weed, that you won't notice maybe in the transition period that some things may happen. But I think, guys, I don't want to have to caveat everything I say so implicitly. I'm saying compared to other things, right? Like if you're an alcoholic, the withdrawal symptoms of quitting alcohol or, being a drug addict, like say being addicted to heroin, it's not the same. So basically the reason that we're emphasizing that is so people don't feel scared in cutting back on weed, thinking that it's going to be like Elliot in Mr. Robot when he's out for 3 days and he's shivering on the bed and he's having all these hallucinations. The way that withdrawal symptoms are often depicted. Anyway, all right, whatever. Okay, so this is Gianmarco. This is his new YouTube special that came out this year. He is going to be on Furion tomorrow, and I think I'm going to be on it as well. So this is called Research. But also I think he's very funny. He has been a refreshing voice in the comedy space. A lot of his clips, especially around about Israel and Palestine, have gone viral. I think that's where he's gotten some internet notoriety. But he's great. Yeah, he's linked up, I think, with the Zoran campaign. So maybe you've seen clips of that. I love him. I just wish he was gay.
I come from a fucked up family. And I know that doesn't make me special in this room. I imagine most of you come from fucked up families because think about it. People from healthy families, they're out there. Laughing with their friends. But no, not you. You needed a professional. But here's the thing. When you're a kid, you don't realize your family is fucked up because that's all you know. But then there's a moment. There's a moment where you realize everything's not quite right. And for me, it was 7th grade. I was at my friend Kevin's house for a sleepover. Me and Kevin, we were playing video games, having a good time. Suddenly, Kevin's dad walked in the living room and was like, "Hey, who wants to see Pirates of the Caribbean tonight?" And then Kevin's mom ran in and was like, "Absolutely not. That is way too mature for their age." And Kevin's dad was like, "But I really want to see Pirates of the Caribbean." And Kevin's mom was like, "I think you'll survive, Kirk." And then my friend Kevin was like, "I am so sorry you had to see that." That was the healthiest disagreement I'd ever heard in my life.
Wait, his reaction to finding out Candace Owens liked some of his jokes was so funny. Then he clocked what she found funny, and it was indeed the Jew jokes. Of course she did. Also, I'm obsessed with the set here because if you can't tell, the set is evoking a high school drama department, and you can see the curtain, you can see the rickety upright piano, you can see the poorly made set because, sorry, we just don't have the budget this year. The sandbags, the column, the props, because his whole thing is that he is a theater kid. He is a theater kid, but he mixes that with being a club comic as well. The stairs to nowhere.
My parents got divorced when I was 7 days old. So like most kids, my first word was mama, but my next 5 word told me to tell you. My mom's been divorced twice, my dad's been divorced 3 times, and I have 4 younger half-siblings, so 2 total. And I'm 36 now, and a lot of people think that certainly by 36, you should stop blaming all your problems on your parents. Well, riddle me this. if you were in a building with a fucked up foundation, would you feel safer on the 36th floor? Yeah. I don't think so. I had dinner last month with my ex-stepdad. There's not a convenient name for that relationship because it shouldn't exist. I don't know what's better, former stepdad, the dad who stepped down. I'm sure there's a German word for a man who used to fuck my mom. The only reason we still spend time together is because he pays for every meal, which technically makes him my sugar daddy, if anything. But it gets uncomfortable because the only thing we really have in common is a bad relationship with my mom. I remember once in high school, my stepdad was driving me. They must have just had a fight or something because he was like, oh, how do I make your mother happy? But at that age, the only thing I knew about women came from the internet. So I was like, I don't know. Have you tried spelling the alphabet with your tongue? I added 6 years to that marriage. But they're divorced now.
No!
And now my mom's on eHarmony. Just in case you want to fuck my mom. She went on a date with a guy recently. I asked her, how'd the date go? She was like, let's just say we're physically compatible. And I was like, let's just say fine next time. How about that? And then she asked me, how's your girlfriend? I was like, well, she's a squirter, but we're keeping afloat. Two can play this game, mummy.
Oh, God.
My mom will only date men that are older than her. So she is swiftly running out of options.
He's so dramatic, and I'm obsessed. Him grabbing the light pole, like, he just exudes theater.
She complained to me that her last boyfriend couldn't get it up. And when I met him, I realized she meant his whole body.
He is working the stage.
I really like this guy because he had a lot of money. I guess he was the original driver for the trolley problem. And the breakup's been very complicated because they adopted a dog together. This cute little dog named Reggie. And my mom told me they've decided that they're gonna try shared custody of the dog. And I told her, I said, I'm sure Reggie would prefer to be put down. But she said no, she said they're doing it for him. My mom said she noticed whenever she brought new men back to the apartment from dates or whatever, she noticed that Reggie would like get really anxious and uncomfortable. And so now she only goes on dates when Reggie is at his dad's house. And I was like, oh, if only I'd been a Pomeranian. My father dated a lot when I was a kid. So much, he had a trick. Whenever he brought a new woman into my life, first he'd go to CVS, he'd buy a shitload of candy, he would give it to the woman, and then she would give it to me, so I'd automatically trust her. You know, like a pedophile. And it worked. I still get overly attached to women every Halloween. But then every relationship would end because my dad would cheat. He believed in what would now be called non-ethical non-monogamy. We didn't use those terms back then. Instead, he said, she just went crazy, son. My father got remarried when I was a kid, and I was very close with my stepmom. Of course, we were so close in age. And it's not like, we didn't stay in touch after the divorce, but a couple years ago, I was at a grocery store. I turned into the cereal aisle. There was my ex-stepmom picking out cereal with this little boy. And it felt like running into an ex-girlfriend. Honestly, I was just like, Belinda, who the fuck is this? And she said, this is my son, Tommy. I was like, hey, buddy, does she still wear the macaroni necklace I made her for Mother's Day? Oh, my God. Or were you just pretending it was beautiful so you could fuck my dad? I hope you like sloppy seconds, you little bitch.
Please, not
I've
the
had two
curtain.
stepmoms. And I was close to them all in different ways. I never saw them as like a replacement for my own mother. That's what my girlfriend is for.
Stop. The curtain is killing me.
And I'm going to talk about my girlfriend tonight, but I do want to be careful because I think what happens with a lot of male comedians is they'll notice something about their girlfriend or their wife, and then when they're on stage, they act like that specific trait applies to the entire gender. So I just want to be clear that this next joke is about my girlfriend. And I don't want to use her real name, so let's just call her Women. Women, hear me out, please, please. Please. Women are Jewish, and mine is no exception to the rule. In fact, my girlfriend grew up in a Hasidic community. Do you know Hasids? There's a lot in New York with the hats and the sideburns. They're always on the train reading the Torah. Every time I see a Hasidic Jew reading the Torah, I go up to them. I'm like, how have you not finished that yet? My God. Please get to the end before you buy the costume. You look insane. It's okay, I'm Jewish. I don't feel like I need to say that, but you know, some people these days, they're like, I don't see noses. I wasn't raised very religiously, but I consider myself culturally Jewish, which means I have all the gastrointestinal problems and stress and anxiety of regular Judaism, but without the sweet comfort of God. I once asked my mom, what do you think happens when you die? She said, there's got to be something better than this shit. I celebrated most of the major Jewish holidays growing up. Passover was my favorite, because you get to read it at the table. And then that's the story where the Jews, we were enslaved by the Pharaoh, and then Moses made the plagues happen, and then we escaped, and we crossed the desert for 40 years. I liked it because it made Jews seem cool, but that was also kind of confusing. Because I was like, okay, how did we go from crossing the desert to now being known as generally frail? And I didn't know. I didn't understand until one day I went on vacation to Miami with my very Jewish girlfriend. And the moment we got to the beach, she was like, it's like a desert out here. And I was like, oh my God. What if Jews have been exaggerating this entire fucking time? We got stuck in traffic on the way there. My girlfriend was like, let my people go. The beach was a little crowded. She said, there's like 6 million people here.
This is, I'm assuming, the part that Candace was laughing at.
Yeah, you got it. You want cute jokes? Go see a Christian comedian. Jews have a dark sense of humor because when you're hiding in a closet from the Nazis, you can't be like, knock, knock. I do get jealous of religious people for the community that they have. This isn't something that I realized until I got older, but once I hit my 30s, I think it dawned on me just how hard it is to make time for your friends.
He loves
sometimes
the
I'll be
stool.
free on a Friday night. It's not often, but you know, I'll reach out to my friends and they're busy, and then vice versa. And I go, oh, that's what Shabbat dinner's for, right? I mean, it's just Jews decided they needed a standing date every Friday so they could spend time together. My dad was raised Catholic, and a couple times he made me go to church as a kid, and I hated church, but now I would kill to see my friends every Sunday. Right? I look at Muslims. Muslims, you know, they're supposed to pray 5 times a day, but a lot of times they do it together. And even though I don't believe in any of it, I have to admit that it seems like the key to maintaining friendships is hating gay people. About it, to be perfectly clear. But the facts are the facts. What am I going to do? I mean, the good news is that, like, you know, I don't think it's even possible to raise people that religiously anymore. It's a little East Coast bias, I'm sure, but a lot of my friends, most of my friends are raised religiously. They went the opposite direction when they got older, right? Like I would say that the friends of mine that were forced to dress up and go to church every single Sunday, those are the ones that are now, like, you know, the militant atheists. Which is frankly why Christians need
Okay,
to stop.
no, that's not me. No. I raised my hand. I'm not a militant atheist, but I did have to go to church every Sunday, and I think that really made me not believe.
With this whole like, we don't want our son to be gay, so we're gonna ban him from drag brunch. No, you idiot. You need to wake your son up every Sunday and be like, hey, buddy, time to put on your heels. Up, turn around, young man. You're old enough to tuck yourself. I will be in the kitchen helping your mother serve. I used to be a theater kid, but you could all tell, right? I gesture so much, even deaf people are like, shut the fuck up. Once I hosted a drag competition, one of the drag queens told me to take it down a notch. Another drag queen said that before I tell a joke, it looks like I whisper to myself a 5, 6, 7, 8. The drag queen that won the competition called me John Mulaney if the only drug he was addicted to was the stage.
Megan, thank you for the 11 months.
For musical theater.
Thank you, Megan.
Which is like having a PhD in imagination.
Oh, I will be talking to him about this. I'll be like, so we were both theater majors in college. PhDs in imagination.
My classes were called things like movement and voice and other things I had already studied as a baby. My only academic class was called Accounting for Actors, which was like regular accounting, but with a focus on negative numbers. The first lesson was how to file for unemployment. Yeah, we have a lot of theater kids here tonight.
Woo!
I figured because every comedy club I go to, they say to me, they're like, your audiences are very well behaved. And I'm like, it's not their first time in the ensemble. For those of you that are not theater kids, I'm what's known as a triple threat. Threat number 1, as you've already seen, I can act. Threat number 2, I can sing. And threat number 3, I'm annoying. Thank you. That joke cost me $200,000. I've been an actor longer than I've been a comedian. I've shared the stage with some people who have gone on to become massive real estate agents. Me, I've had some parts here and there. Biggest thing, I was in the movie Wolf of Wall Street. I played Leonardo DiCaprio's waiter. So to prepare for the role, I actually became a waiter for 12 years. It's called extra work. You know, that's where you're on screen, but you don't have any lines. You're like furniture, but with dreams.
It's method. It's method, okay?
And I tried to enjoy it, but it's hard because it's like I've never been so close to everything I've ever wanted, yet further away. It would be like if the love of your life were on top of you, getting fucked by Leonardo DiCaprio. And listen, comedy is going great. It is. But I thought I'd be way more famous by now. I don't know what I was thinking. I couldn't get anyone in high school to like me, but maybe globally. When I feel down about my career, my mom, she'll say to me, you're an actor. Why don't you act like you're not depressed? So I say, Mom, you're a yoga teacher. Why don't you go fuck yourself? I have to be careful telling too many jokes about my mom because she still has all the pictures from my high school production of Arabian Nights. She could get me canceled with one Instagram post. If I ever go too far, she'll just type, you'll always be my little Alibaba. There's a lot of pictures of me on Facebook from problematic high school productions. And I know I should delete them, but I want everyone to know I was the lead. junior year of high school, I got cast as the lead in Little Shop of Horrors, the musical.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, as a junior. And
Oh my God, I am totally going to tell him about how I was always like the only non-white actress in my theater departments. And so I always had to play the whore. I was always the whore.
And I remember I walked out on opening night and I almost broke character because there in the third row were my divorced parents sitting next to each other.
Oh no.
There was my father, his eyes red with tears, and my mom with this big bouquet of daffodils because she remembered my dad is allergic.
Did I ever tell the story about when Liz, so my sister Liz, who was just here, so of course my siblings got dragged to see every show I was in, and we did a production of Seussical the Musical. I think this was my senior year. And my sister, after the show, she was just like, she was talking. I was like, well, what did you think? What was up? And she said about my ex-friend at the time who played little JoJo. She goes, and my sister's very deadpan. She goes, is she like tone deaf or something? That was all she said about the show. She was just like, yeah, is so-and-so tone deaf? And I went, okay, so you really liked it.
I know not all of you can relate to my divorce jokes, but you will someday. I think it's important.
No, in Seussical the Musical, I played the monkey. I played the head monkey in Seussical the Musical. It was mostly in college that I was relegated to playing the whore roles. I was always the bitch, the villain, the whore, sometimes all three at once. And in Cabaret, they dressed me up. I played Fräulein Kost, the Nazi prostitute role, and they put me in a kimono. I had chopsticks in my hair.
Because I did a family show once in New York, and after the show, this little kid ran up to me. He was there with his mom, and he was shy, but he was like, my parents are divorced, and you're really funny.
Aww.
And that's why I do stand-up comedy, to meet single moms. I know. Some guys like being called daddy in the bedroom. I prefer son. The divorce definitely fucked me up. But my dad's Italian. So he'd always tell me, son, remember, la familia è tutto. Family is everything. Ma la tua madre è una puttana. Now, I still don't know what that second part means, but it has such a nice ring to it. I think a lot of my dad's behavior makes more sense if you know that he's also hot. I know that sounds weird for me to say, but fuck you, I have to deal with it. People meet my father, they're like, your dad's really good looking. Like I owe them an explanation of some kind. My dad once picked me up from middle school, and I mean once, and a rumor started around my grade that I must be adopted. And it really hurt because my dad started it. This is a true story. My dad once slept with my 8th grade arts and crafts teacher. And I was so mad, because those grades don't matter. And he felt bad. He was like, how can I make it up to you? I was like, you can fuck my 78-year-old algebra teacher, Mr. Breyer. My dad's a legs guy. You know with men, they say men are either like a legs guy, a butt guy, or a boobs guy. And I know it's offensive to minimize men like that. But if my dad sees a tall woman, he's like, son, She's got legs for days. Because that's the only way you can measure legs in this dumb fucking country of ours. Legs for feet sounds like a horror movie.
For days.
As Americans, I think you should take one moment every day to reflect just how dumb it is we still use feet as a unit of measurement. That's just some guy's foot once. But we still use it for very important things, except horses. If you don't know horses,
Hands.
measured in hands. That's right. Feet, hands. At some point, they must have tried. Yeah. They must have tried measuring things in cocks. I bet you they did, and I can tell you exactly what happened. No one could agree how long one cock should be. I'm sure at first they went with the average. That makes sense. But then the bottom half of men stormed the Capitol and were like, what the fuck? My cock is only half a cock. This is not gonna stand. So then they had to make the cock smaller and smaller until no man felt insecure, and that's how we got the centimeter. All I ever wanted was 6 inches. God, I used to spend every night in high school measuring my dick with a dollar bill. And do you know why a dollar bill? Because they're pretty much 6 inches and rulers don't curve. And I've spent hours of my life dick slapping George Washington in the face, and he'd be looking back at me like, I cannot tell a lie. You're a buck short. That's why, look, I am no fan of Donald Trump, but I would love to get him on the $1 bill. Because then no matter how big you are, he'd be like, huge. That joke will be funnier when he's not president in 12 years. Believe you me. You have my word.
In 12 years.
I know I shouldn't compare myself to other people. You know that phrase, comparison is the thief of joy. It's a beautiful phrase, but my actor friend, he's kind of intense. He got it tattooed on his arm. One line. Comparison is the thief of joy. Just in case he forgets. And I'm really thinking about getting the same tattoo, but bigger. And if he gets mad at me, I'll be like, comparison is the thief of... What does yours say? I'm not gay, but I'm definitely something. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying we need to add a new term just for me, but there's no way I'm the same thing as Joe Rogan. That doesn't make sense to anyone in this room, right? God, I read Joe Rogan on his podcast. I guess he said there was some high school where there was a kid identifying as a cat, which is bullshit. I was Mr. Mistopheles for 1 semester. I don't know. I don't know what it is about me, but I post pictures of myself online. People accuse me of gay baiting. And like, you can't blame the worm for the kind of fish that it catches. And let me tell you, it rubs some people the wrong way that I won't rub them the right way. Someone once commented on one of my videos, they said, we need to put a stop to this straggot. Have you heard that term? It's a straight agate. I was like, finally, a slur of my own. And I want to be clear, I'm not complaining about my lot in life. I realize I have a lot of privilege, but I just don't always feel like I fit the specific boxes society has laid out. Like, I still do events where, you know, maybe I have a name tag and they want me to put my pronouns, and I always put he, him, but I don't always like the feeling of meeting someone for the first time and being like, Jamarco Cerezi, he, him. I think it'd be more accurate to be like, Jamarco Cerezi, he, him, but I'll smile if you call me girl. Jamarco Cerezi, he, him, but if we're fighting, I'm a bitch. Jamarcus raising he, him, but there's a shortage of lifeboats on women and children. Miss Jackson, if you're nasty. I found out I was straight in high school. And it wasn't easy. My mom didn't believe me, but I knew.
So extra, I know.
I knew because I went to 6 musical theater sleepaway camps. And if you've never been to musical theater sleepaway camp, all the guys that go in straight come out gay. But no matter how many of these conversion camps I attended, I still wanted Liza Minnelli to sit on my face. I fucked that up. It's supposed to be Lea Michele. But I think the truth is, it's Liza Minnelli. And sometimes guys will say to me, they're like, whoa, you're straight, you did musical theater? You must have cleaned up with the ladies, because less competition. Let me tell you something. Women looked at me in high school like sushi at 7-Eleven. Even if they were in the mood, they don't trust it. If anything, high school was a nightmare because I go to all these theater parties where at the end of the night, we'd all be drinking, smoking. Suddenly, all the women and all the gay guys would just start making out with each other. And I'd be in the back like, whose dick do I have to suck to get some pussy? This is insane! So I didn't get any action in high school until my 6th musical theater sleepaway camp. It was in New York City, and this one night, I was in my dorm room with these 2 guys. Just wait. This one guy, we're gonna call him Steve. That's not his real name, but Steve is kind of famous now. And the story is about to get very sexual, so I don't want to reveal who it actually is until he's more famous. Now, Steve was the only other straight guy left at this program. It was a very good conversion camp called NYU. So, setting the stage, it's me, straight guy Steve, and then this guy named Garrison. Now, Garrison was gay, and I mean that in the derogatory way. Garrison had actually come out of the closet before camp had started because he went to a Montessori school, where, if you don't know, that's where all the kids are encouraged to try cocaine. So, it's me, straight guy Steve, gay Garrison. We're all on my bed discussing what went wrong with the movie adaptation of Rent. It was a mess, right? And then, out of nowhere, straight guy Steve starts unbuckling my cargo shorts. And I looked down and I was like, straight guy Steve? What are you doing down there? And he said, Jamarco, I'm straight, but I can make you feel amazing. And I could see Garrison watching this whole thing unfold in the corner like, the last 2 straights at the same time!
Hey, mister, she's my sister.
It's not important what happened after that. But, okay, you want to know? He sucked my dick. And let me just say this. This was... This... I feel I've set you up for disappointment because I couldn't get it up. And let me tell you something. I mean, Steve was working. okay? I mean, it was clearly not his first blowjob, you know what I mean? Because he was using different techniques. He was using his hands. He was doing like regular, and then like the twisty, and then like rolling the snake, and mine climbing a rope, Spider-Man, step team. But I think he got so exasperated that without looking up, Steve just scooted over, started sucking Garrison's dick, which was ready to go. And I remember lying on my side watching straight guy Steve blow the fuck out of gay Garrison's big fat cock like, God, I am so lonely. Blackout. Now, obviously, rumors got back to the camp. But the next theater party I went to, I found out everyone was saying that I was the one who sucked Steve's dick. And I've never gotten so much pussy in my entire fucking life. You ever try talking a friend out of killing themselves and realize you don't have any good arguments? Some of you brought them here tonight. Stay strong. I have a friend. I have a friend who's been struggling with suicidal thoughts, and they're a dear friend. You know, not dear enough for me not to talk about their thoughts on stage, but one day they came to me out of the blue. They said they had just been fired and dumped the same day. And they said, I'm miserable, I'm depressed, I'm broke, I hate my family, my dreams are never coming true. Why shouldn't I kill myself? And I was like, you'll go to hell? I understood religion more as I get older every day. You know, sometimes you need to believe that there's something worse than staying alive. Listen, some of these jokes are going to be disrespectful to people who have actually taken their own lives, but none of them are here tonight, so I want you to just enjoy it, okay? Because, listen, my friend is doing better. My friend's doing fantastic, but it was touch and go for a while last year. Like, one day I woke up, my friend had texted me 3 things. It just said, I love you, I'm sorry, goodbye. And so I called immediately, of course, and it went straight to the voicemail. And I called again, straight to the voicemail, called again. Every time it would be, hi, it's Alice. Leave a message, I'll call you right back. Beep. Which is why I need to tell you guys, if you are struggling with suicidal thoughts, update your voicemail. If you call my voicemail, I'm just like, hey. Let me tell you something my friends are never gonna say. We didn't know he was unhappy. And I'm doing fine too. But I once misdialed the suicide hotline, accidentally called a psychic. And if I'm being honest with you, that's what got me to stop being suicidal. Why would I kill myself right before I'm a movie star? And it used to be easy to fuck up the number because the suicide hotline used to be 1-800-273-8255. But then they changed it. They changed it to make it easier to remember and dial. Now you can reach them by just dialing 988, which I think is great. Truly, I think that's great. But I would change it to 867-5309. Because then, God forbid, you want to kill yourself. You're like, oh my God, 867-5309. I'm great. How are you? Okay, some of you are too young to get that joke. And you know what that makes me feel like doing? Killing myself. I keep wanting to lean, but this is very light, so it's like... You know, it's legal in Canada. Did you know that Canadian healthcare covers taking your own life? We have that in America, too, by the way. We just call it not giving people healthcare. It's kind of a delayed release euthanasia. If you want something more fast-acting, you got to become a healthcare CEO. I think we should formally legalize euthanasia in America. Not willy-nilly, of course. I think it should be like we do everything else, age-based. Truly.
Someone said
18,
woohoo in the
you can vote.
audience.
21, you can drink. 38 and a half. Right? Let's give millennials something to look forward to. And by the way, that has a purpose. 38 and a half, double that, is pretty much the average American life expectancy. And I think it's fair to be like, you've seen half, do you want to continue? You guys are doing great with this, by the way. That was like, what, 12 suicide jokes in a row? If it's too much for you, try to think of it as one mass suicide joke.
Oh my God.
And look, I don't want anyone to kill themselves. Least of all, my friend. I need them creatively.
Oh my
This is the friend who told me to become a stand-up comedian. We were both struggling actors together, and they said, you should try stand-up, you're funny. And I was like, I don't know how to tell jokes. And so they offered me this thing we've been doing for 10 years now. 10 years, my friend lets me call them once a week so I can run an hour of new jokes by them. So now they want to kill themselves. But it's a gift. I don't take it for granted. Sometimes I'll ask my girlfriend, I'm like, can I tell you some new jokes? And she's like, Alexa, set a timer for 2 minutes. She gets mad. She's like, why can't you ask me about my day? I'm like, baby, I'm sick of crowd work. Please. Fine. What do you do for work?
His girlfriend's his manager, too. That's amazing.
My girlfriend and I are both in therapy, which is great because it means when we have a disagreement, instead of arguing like some couples do, we just see our respective therapists, reconvene, and quote them at each other. She'll be like, my therapist says you prioritize work over spending quality time together. I'm like, okay, well, my therapist says she could beat the shit out of your therapist.
Oh, she's also Caleb's manager.
Sometimes I feel like I have the upper hand because I'm my girlfriend's first major relationship. And in fact, she talks to me in a way that you really only do in your first major relationship. Like sometimes at night she'll turn to me and be like, you're my person. And I'm like, and you're last but not least. And it's not because I don't care, it's because I've been through a breakup before. And when the last woman who said she'd love you forever blocks you on Skype, it changes your insides a little bit. I met a woman in college. We dated for 5 years. And after 5 years of dating, she broke up with me at a crowded Starbucks in the middle of the day because she didn't want me to make a scene. And I was like, well, then you shouldn't have brought an audience. This happened in 2012, so it's still a little bit raw, but...
Oh, God.
I was so desperate to win her back. I'm so young and dumb. I got a tattoo of the first letter of her name. If you can't see that, this is a cursive L for Laura. And it didn't work. She married someone else. And I have to tell every woman I date about my dead friend, Larry. Unfortunately, my current girlfriend knows what the tattoo actually stands for, which frankly is my fault for hooking up with an audience member. But I told her, I said, I'll get a tattoo of your whole name. And she was like, oh, so I can be number 2? And I was like, baby, comparison is the thief. Thank you. She does not find any of this funny, by the way. I want you to know that. We got in a big fight about it. I think it was because we had our 4th anniversary last year, and I think something about that number for her, my girlfriend, she told me one night, she said, look, I've been thinking about it. If you don't make plans to get rid of that tattoo or cover it up with whatever you want, I don't think we can stay together. And I was taken aback. I was like, baby, what about my Larry joke? She was not persuaded. So I decided to compromise. I told her, I said, okay, look, let me figure out a way where I can film a comedy special. Where I can tell all my jokes about the tattoo on film. And I promised her, if that doesn't win Laura back, I will get it removed the very next day. No, I'm excited to get rid of the tattoo. Honestly, part of it is my girlfriend, she won't give me blowjobs because she says she sees the tattoo and it reminds her of my ex. I wish I got on my back so she stopped trying to peg me all the fucking time. She really does want to peg me. And by the way, I don't think it's to be nice. I think she's gonna be like, see, it's not fun when you do it that fast. I'm excited to build my life with my girlfriend. She's really, every aspect of my life, she's improved, except for sleep. Sleep's been tough because my girlfriend has night terrors. You really? My girlfriend, she was diagnosed with chronic night terrors after she was mugged at knife point. That's how we met. And if you've never shared a bed with someone who has chronic night terrors, what it means is that we'll be asleep, and then in the middle of the night, my girlfriend will suddenly be like, someone's breaking in. And I'm like, where? And she's like, she falls right back to sleep. But I have chronic anxiety. So I'm awake the rest of the night, making me the only victim of both our mental disorders. And then she has no memory of the night terror, so in the morning she rolls over and is like, did you sleep okay? It's like a rapist asking, was it good for you?
Bro, this is actually Will Neff. This is motherfucking Will Neff, who says the craziest shit. Like when he accused me of farting on him to wake him up and then he doesn't remember it. When he'll stop and be like, why would you just do that? I'm like, what? I'm sitting here Googling, like, is Ned Stark the best swordsman in Game of Thrones? This happened last night where he leans over, he's like, what are you doing? I'm like, ah! And then he doesn't remember anything. Or when he sits upright, and I'm like, oh my God, I think I'm about to die, because he has night terrors too. And because he went to boarding school and he was like ripped out of bed often in the middle of the night being hazed. So now he has the trauma of that, but then he doesn't remember anything. And so then I have the trauma, but I do remember it. He was not the best swordsman. It basically started off because I was reading this Reddit thread about Jaime Lannister. And anyway, so then I was deep in like trying to see who would beat whom in a fight. And like if Jaime had not lost his hand, would he, like, just putting him up against people like the Mountain. Anyway. He's not even the best swordsman who's a Stark.
And she's been to doctors. She's tried medication. Nothing works. I just have to accept the fact that I share a bed with a malfunctioning police scanner every night of my life. And I've gotten pretty good over the years at kind of recognizing, oh, she's just having a night terror. And if I ignore it, usually she just falls right back to sleep on her own. But then once in the middle of the night, my girlfriend literally got out of the bed, and started packing her things in a suitcase. Now, I looked at my phone. It was 4 a.m, so I was like, baby, you're having a night terror. And she was like, no, I just got a text that my dad is in the hospital. I need to go to the airport right fucking now. So, of course, I got my phone. I was like, which airport? And she was like, I was like, son of a bitch! God! They're getting smarter. So I don't know if I want kids. But my God, people keep asking me. I don't know. That's the real part where I could tell I was getting older, because I meet people for the first time. If I'm with my girlfriend, they within a minute of meeting, they go, you two ever think about having kids? I'm like, that's not small talk. What do you plan on doing with your remains? And don't get me wrong, I want kids for social media purposes, of course. God, I make so many TikToks with those little shits. They'd be begging to work in the mines. But I don't know, asking me about kids, it feels theoretical, because I live in New York, I work in entertainment, I don't have friends that have kids, I don't really work with kids, so it's like asking me if I want a kangaroo. Yeah, I'm familiar, but I wouldn't know how to hit it. I can be theoretical about it. For my girlfriend, it's different. She's 34. My girlfriend got her eggs frozen last year, which was my idea. I told her instead of getting serious, we should defy God's will. And I went with her to the consultation, and the doctor, he showed us this laundry list of injections she would need to get. And I care about her. I said, are there any side effects, all these shots? And he said, worst case scenario, it's like PMS times 10. And I was like, I didn't know that was a unit of measurement too. I said, why, doc, why? And he said, well, because once a day she's gonna need to get a full injection of estrogen, which, if you don't know, that's like dating a werewolf and injecting the moon. And then, there's more shots to make the eggs bigger, and you got to time it with the cycles, and there's a surgery. I had no idea how many scientific miracles it took for a woman to have a career. And we got the eggs. I want you to know that we got a bunch of eggs, and I was so relieved until I read about that fucking judge in Alabama who ruled that embryos are now considered people. And I know eggs and embryos aren't the same thing, but you see the way our country's going. We're like 2 rulings away from my girlfriend becoming a mother of 19. Republicans always act like they're helping families, but think about that. 19 kids growing up without a father. I think the more you zoom in on the pro-life philosophy, the more insane it is. This judge is basically saying if any of my cum gets on those eggs, they automatically become fully fledged human beings. I can't come on someone until I stop seeing them as a human being. It's crazy. Every comedian, we make sex jokes. I'm not like a kinky guy. And the only thing I really want to install a mirror over my bed, but that's just to prove that my girlfriend's taking more than half. If anything, she's the one usually trying to spice things up. My girlfriend once asked me to pick a porn for us to watch together, and she said, I want you to search what you'd search if I wasn't here. So I put in my usual search, women who look like my girlfriend. I've been watching porn a long time. And not just today. When I turned 15 years old, For my birthday, my father bought me a Playboy magazine. Oh my God. But here's the thing. I already had the internet. So I had to pretend like I was impressed. I was like, oh, wow, Dad. Boobs. I seen a man get by a horse, okay? So get these still titties out of my face.
Not
Mr.
the
Hands,
still
Mr.
titties.
Hands, Mr. Hands, yes. God, that video almost made me believe in God. Because when I saw that horse, that man, I was like, this is not what he intended. It's all of you, really. That's what we did back in middle school. We'd be like, hey, you want to come to my house and watch a crime in the computer room? Because it's a crime. It's a crime. It's a crime. It is illegal to have sex with animals because animals can't consent. However, if I was that guy's lawyer, I would have been like, Your Honor, you can lead a horse to water. You can't make it my client in the end. I want to play a lawyer on Law & Order SVU so goddamn bad. I think I could do it, but I have to be careful because no one on Law & Order SVU ever really curses. You know that? It's because it's on NBC, and so they want to make sure that all the rape and pedophilia is fun for the whole family. Watch it. You'll see cops get shot. They're like, zoinks! You'll see some guy get like busted for child porn. He's like, ay, ay, ay! I saw an episode of Law & Order SVU. There was this guy. He was taking out the trash. And when he got to the dumpster,
I
there was a
love
dead
Law &
body.
Order jokes. I love them.
Hanging like this, okay? And I swear to God, this is the whole scene. Ready? Okay. And scene. I don't remember throwing that away. Are you fucking serious, dude? Let me tell you something. If I was taking out the trash and there was a dead body in the dumpster, it'd be a little something more. Like this. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, shit. Shit. Is it fucking dripping? Shit. Oh, no. Did it get in the fucking stairs? Fuck, dude. Why'd you buy the cheap fucking trash? Oh, my God. Did you get my fucking shoes? Fuck. God damn it, son of a bitch. I don't remember throwing that away. Wait. Okay. I messed up one part. Not that last scene. That was perfect. But okay, just keep rolling.
Just keep rolling.
Do you remember? Do you remember my? Do you remember the guy on the computer? Ay ay ay. That guy. Okay, I just want to get it right because I said he got busted for child porn. And I learned this on an episode of Law & Order SVU quite recently, but it's like a real thing where you're not supposed to use the term child porn because it implies that it's like consensual pornography. You know, so the appropriate term is child sexual abuse materials, which makes sense. But that's a lot to type with one hand. The last time I told that joke, I got an email 15 minutes after the show. And this one woman simply wrote, "There's nothing funny about child porn." And I was like, what the fuck did I just tell you about that phrase?
Oh my God! I've been listening to another. I thought it was John Mulaney. No. He's definitely got a lot
Can I tell you that
He's
there's
got a lot
this
of
conflict
Mulaney.
that I have sometimes as a comedian where like, I want to be, you know, Joke first at all times. Comedy is number one, but then there's another part of me.
God.
And it's been there since I've been a young man growing up in D.C., where I'm just like, I want everyone to know how progressive I am. And those two things do not always go together. Because I think, certainly today, a big part of being progressive has to do with language. You want to use updated language and terminology because you want to be sensitive to other people's feelings. And that's not funny. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not always willing to sacrifice the bigger laugh for the greater good. I have a joke that I'm going to say later tonight. And that joke uses the term illegal immigrant. And listen, I've had progressive friends whom I respect that have pulled me aside and they say, hey, you should reconsider that. It's a hurtful phrase. It implies that someone's existence is illegal. The appropriate term, the sensitive term, the kind term, the true term is undocumented immigrant. And I listen to them. I'm not an asshole about this stuff. I changed it. I went around the country and Canada and Australia using the term undocumented immigrant. And you know what happened? Stopped getting laughs. So I had to go back to my progressive friends and be like, I'm sorry, unlike you guys, I have to win the popular vote.
Look, my jokes are leftist, but they're disguised in centrist language because they need to work outside California.
I pick my battles.
Please.
Like every time there was an election where it was possible, I would try so hard to get my dad to vote for Bernie Sanders. And every time he'd say the same thing. You know who else supported universal health care? You know who else supported Medicare for all? Adolf Hitler. And I was like, not for everybody. I tried turning him into a socialist. My 71-year-old father. I told him, I said, give me one good argument against giving people free access to a college education. So he sent me a link to my website. I know I talk about my dad too much on stage, but I think it's because I feel like if I can get you guys to understand who my father truly is, then maybe you'll understand just how well I'm doing considering the circumstances. But it can be tough because I'm sure you know, it takes a lot of time to write jokes. So it's like, you know when you see a star in the sky, not to compare, but you know how you're not seeing the star as it is right now? Like you're seeing it light years in the past, and that's how long it took for the light to reach us. That's what it's like with stand-up comedy. I talk about things like they happened recently, but in real life, I've completely imploded. And sometimes,
Star is dead.
Especially when you talk about your own life, a major event can happen where it's like, I don't necessarily have the time that I want to bring it on stage. But then there's, on the other hand, it's like, it's so major that I can't not talk about it. Like last year, my dad had a heart attack, and it required an emergency quintuple bypass. And it's an extremely serious situation. So he called me. There was some space before the surgery, like pretty much 24 hours. And he said he wanted me to come down so we could go over his will and testament. And I said, of course. And he said, I want you to know if anything happens to me before you get here, that I will be at all your shows in spirit. And I was like, oh, just like when you were alive. So I bought the next plane ticket available. It was very expensive, but I said, fuck it, it's an emergency. I sent my dad a Venmo request. And I went alone. My girlfriend offered to go with me, but I was worried it would bring us closer together. So when I got to the hospital, it was just my dad, me, my little sister, and my dad's new girlfriend, going oldest to youngest. And And believe me, I've already had this conversation with him. And my father, he says to me, he says, son, you don't understand. When I date women my age, it reminds me of my mortality. And I said, okay, when I see the women you date, it reminds me of Jeffrey Epstein. And by the way, the reason my dad invited me down, it wasn't some like beautiful kumbaya moment. I think it's because this all happened so fast. He didn't have time to reach out to his lawyer. So he wanted to verbally, he filmed it on his phone. He wanted to like announce to the family that he would now be leaving a third of his estate to this new girlfriend that none of us had ever met. And I could tell my sister was mad, so I whispered to her. I was like, now you know how I felt when you were born. But she was not in a giggly mood. My little sister is normally quite a soft-spoken. She stormed out of the room. I followed her into the hallway because she was screaming. She was like, that woman's a bitch! That woman's a gold digger! She only likes him for his money. And I was like, as opposed to what? His rockin' bod? I'm her older brother, so I had to explain to her, sweetheart, our dad is 71 years old, okay? If you suck a 71-year-old's dick, you get to be in the will. It's called capitalism, sweetheart. What are we doing, calling once a week? She is putting in the hard labor. Gold diggers are like illegal immigrants. Everyone gets mad at them, but they're not taking the jobs any of us want to do. It also happens to be that my dad's girlfriend is an illegal immigrant, but that's not important to the story. So, we got back to the room, and just in time, because they were prepping my dad for the surgery. And,
Someone in chat said
this
that's
is
me.
a major surgery. There's multiple doctors and nurses, and, you know, amidst all the computers and wires, I was barely able to give my dad's hand one last squeeze to remind him of the Venmo. And I could tell that my dad was very scared, because he said to me, son, would you do me a favor? Tell your mom I'm sorry. And when he said that, hand to God, my mom was calling my phone. And I was like, oh my God, Dad. You could tell her yourself. So he pretended to go into cardiac arrest, and they rolled him to the OR. I called my mom back. I told her what was happening. We placed our bets. And, oh, you can do anything on DraftKings. It's incredible. And then a quintuple bypass, if you don't know, it can be like a 5 to 6 hour surgery. And,
his delivery is so
if you've ever
good.
dealt with like something like this, it's kind of surreal, because in the beginning it's very intense and very emotional, and then frankly, it's kind of boring. So after it was all kind of like, okay, everything's on track, my sister, she kind of went and got breakfast, and I manned the fort, and then she came back, and I thought, you know, she wasn't quite ready for it, but I decided to bring my dad's new girlfriend out to lunch, and I brought her to like a really nice steakhouse that my dad brought me when I was her age. And I told her, I said, get a filet mignon, get a lobster, it's on me. Thank God, she just wanted butter noodles. And I'm being an asshole. She's very mature for her age. And she told me about her life. I told her what it was like to be alive during 9/11. And
oh my God.
I even ordered some wine. I let her have a sip when the waiter wasn't watching, and she was like, bitter. And then I went to pay at the end of this meal. I turned my phone over. It had been face down, like I was an idiot. But I turned it over, and I had 14 missed calls from my sister.
Oh.
And
God.
I called her back. She answered right away, and she told me that our dad's heart surgery did not go as we had hoped. He's still alive. When we got back to the hospital, the doctor had a big smile on his face, that smug son of a bitch. And I could tell my dad was feeling better because his first words were, "Tell your mom I take it back." And then the doctor told me, the surgery was so successful, he said, when your dad's fully recovered, he's gonna feel like he's back in his 50s. And I was like, do you know what that means? Oh, no. Doctor, that means there's a chance in this hospital someone is delivering his next girlfriend. I didn't cry that whole day, which I don't mean it as like a flex, but you never know until you're in these situations, kind of how you're going to react. And I think in my mind I was like, we got to just focus on the business, kind of stay in line, and just be there for whatever anyone needs. But then at the end, as we were like just waiting for my dad to feel good enough that he could leave the hospital, the nurse brought me and my sister an iPad that was playing an industrial of like a video showing, it was like showing it was like a family showing how to take care of a dad after heart surgery. And so they're showing how to like put him into the wheelchair, and then you get to the wheelchair to the car. And there's this one scene at the end where the son in the video is showing how to put the seatbelt over the post-op pillow. This like big heart-shaped pillow, actually, and in this scene, I mean, he's practically hugging his dad like as he buckles him in, and it was that part that my sister, she turned to me, she was like, "Oh my God, are you crying?" And I was, because I had auditioned to play the son. Thank you very much.
That is such a fucking great misdirection at the end. That was really good. You got the tattoo turned into a bouquet of flowers. Amazing. You know what? He was so great. He was so great because, first of all, I don't think you have to be a theater kid to love the energy. There's such a jazzy. It feels like just how dramatic he is, but it's so the payoff in his delivery and how he works the stage, and he just has such a great rhythm in that, and really a great variety of jokes in the way he told them. And I really feel like it wasn't even just leaning heavily on his joke delivery, but it was also good quality jokes. He didn't wait too long for punchlines. There's definitely references in there that like maybe people won't get, but otherwise still comedy that feels like accessible, you can understand it. Someone posted this Gianmarco parody earlier.
Oh, so you're a lawyer. What kind of lawyer? A mental health lawyer. Wow. Tell me about that. What is like the worst thing you've ever seen in a patient? Are you guys a couple? Are you... Oh, this is your first date. You were a little slow to answer that, actually. Okay, so where did you guys first meet? At work? Yeah, I don't think that's allowed in most places. Where do you guys work? A law firm? Ooh. Was it like a lawyer's secretary kind of thing? Oh, it was. Uh-oh. My God, I had a boss once. She was the worst. That is... Holy, wow. You didn't even know you were neighbors. You just heard loud noises from upstairs and you were like, that's probably fine. Oh, so you're a lawyer. What kind of lawyer? A mental health?
Look, the man loves a stool, okay? The man loves a stool. He parodies this at one of his shows. Yeah, I also like that in that special, he didn't do any crowd work. Not that I have a problem with crowd work, but it was really just... It was just joke after joke after joke. There was no relying on moments from the crowd to fill, to fill the routine. Also, I have to pee so badly. Hold on. I've been holding it for the last hour. Oh, good God. Oh, good Lordy. The other thing, too, is I always appreciate when you have somebody who's obviously a leftist. You know, he gets political with it, but also just his online presence. He's very much a socialist. And it doesn't feel like he's being kept in any type of comedy cage. And I think this idea that a lot of people, I mean, a lot of established comedians who honestly have just gotten lazy. They're lazy, or people on the right who just bitch and moan about how comedy is dead. It's like, actually, maybe it's because you're just not very funny. Maybe it's because you don't have material. And rather than having to accept that and be better, like, it sounds like a skill issue. Seems like a skill issue here. And instead blaming it on the woke crowd as to why you no longer are funny. Meanwhile, Gianmarco Stavi, Caleb Heron, Tim Heidecker. There's a lot of people there's a lot of leftists who are very funny, and you don't get the sense. You don't get the sense from them that they're like biting their tongue or anything.
Sometimes I was supposed to spend it with my cousin, but he got caught up at work.
Oh, we've watched some of these. He's so funny.
We're proud of you, Luigi. So, you know, please come to the.
Wait, hold on.
The holidays are tough.
I know.
Sometimes I was supposed to spend it with my cousin, but he got caught up at work. But you know, if you're watching, we're proud of you, Luigi. So, you know, please come to the show and let's just celebrate this year. You know, we didn't get everything we wanted, but we did get one.
Jewish, Italian, and I know that makes its way into your skits quite a bit here, right?
Yeah, I'm not as Italian as my name makes me seem.
Gianmarco.
Italians, they speak Italian. They go like "Buongiorno, come si dice," and I'm like, no, I don't speak to Italians.
Yeah, okay.
What are you? Are you anything?
I'm German, and I have.
All right. Well,
having watched
here we go.
her.
Let's scoot this back a little bit.
Exactly.
Also, I'm his Fiddler on the Roof shirt. He's such a theater kid.
You're set. I know that you've had some bits on the whole German Jewish thing, which we won't dive into.
The whole German Jewish thing. That's the Golden State Bridge, right?
No. Okay. So this is the gray one. It's the Bay Bridge.
The Bay Bridge.
Her not as cute.
Okay.
Yeah, like and also it's just a gray day.
This is Golden Gate. Okay, because
Yeah.
I'm gonna visit that one depending on how the shows go tonight.
All right. Well, just a little pro tip for you: don't get blown away.
Did you catch that?
Wait.
Okay.
I'm in Chicago right now, and last night an audience member came up to me, and she said not only was it her first stand-up comedy show, it was also her last. So, yeah, she had cancer. So we are going to have a really good time tonight.
I was in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
I love
And
all these local news appearances.
in this taxi, and he asked me where I was from. I said New York, and I mean he gasped so loud it almost startled the horse. And he was like I hear New York is filled with crime, and I was like, you know, I've heard about Chattanooga. Nothing. When my agent said I had a gig in Chattanooga, I Googled what country is Chattanooga in, and then I fired my agent.
Performing at Sacramento Punchline this weekend.
I found out on the way here that they're all sold out.
So
all the shows are sold out.
So you don't need to be
I
here.
don't need to be here. So my manager, he once worked with Bert Kreischer, and he tells every time I say it's about to sell out. We don't need to do any press.
Yeah.
And he says Bert Kreischer. He one day he went to a morning show and it was sold out, and it was so cool. Saying it's not cool. Do I look like Bert Kreischer to you?
No.
You want to be Bert?
Oh no. Here we go.
I'll do it. Ready?
Bert famously likes to go shirtless.
Oh no.
He's committing to the bit.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, sold out all the shows. Sold out all the shows. We did it. We did it.
Gianmarco, if I was as fit and trim as you are, I would join you in the shirts off. But unfortunately,
Well, I'm only like this because I don't have time to eat anymore because I'm doing morning press for shows that are sold out. They're sold out already. So what are we doing?
Okay, Gianmarco. I'm back. I just watched Saw 4 with my grandma. Did your grandma like it? It's kind of funny if like that's the first Saw movie she's seen. You're like, hey grandma, we're going to start off by watching Saw 4. See, that's what makes me like him. He doesn't have to do his skits. Yeah, he's just very funny. You know, just a funny person. All right, y'all. Let's do some. I really wish that I could finish. I really wish that I could finish Little Nightmares, but do we know if they've fixed the patch? Ugh. I'm so bummed. A gaming suggestion? Road to Empress. Well, I have games that I'm still in the middle of, which I can also play. I just really wish that we could. I really wish that Little Nightmares wasn't being booty cheeks. You know, what happened to it? So Will and I played for like 4 hours. And then apparently there is this part in the game that a lot of people have been getting soft locked at because it just breaks. And we could not continue, which was crazy. I don't know if they have patched it yet. I don't know. They have a demo out for the next game. I don't really want to play a demo. I'll just play, you know what? I'll just do some more Bathhouse. I probably have, after that crashed, it probably kicked me back to the beginning of day 2, which is fine because I had just started it. So, well, that sucks. I know it sucks. I know. Is anybody here, FYI, going to TwitchCon? Who am I gonna see this weekend? Anybody? Well, we know Anon is already there. Anon is doing his full San Diego vacation. Anyone? Got to make it one of these years. Well, here's what I will say. I think for a lot of people, if this was going to be your first year you were going to go, maybe it's good that you're not. Because some streamers, not all, a lot of people are still going, but some streamers have dropped out and events getting canceled. So I think it's a good thing that if you were going to go, this was not the first time. This was not the first year that you decided to go. Okay, what was this game called? Oh, the Bathhouse. That's right. But Gavin's going to be there. I know. Gavin Newsom's going to be there. I don't even really know that many people who are going. I think what's going to happen is I'm going to get down there and I'm going to be surprised to see a lot of people there. Because it's kind of been like there's just kind of been this vibe that like nobody's going, except that's not true. A lot of people are going. Guys, hear that water? Are you going to be in any shows? Yes. I have a couple shows I'm going to be in. So Friday, I am doing Fans show at the Glitch Theater, which is going to be live streamed. And then Saturday, I can't believe I'm doing the Everything Now show. And I say that not because I don't think those guys are great. I think those guys are great. I think they're so funny, but it's an improv. Well, I think it's more like sketch improv. It's not fully written, but they kind of have it mapped out. But it's something that I normally don't sign up for, but I really like those guys. Peach, Sear, Will, other people that I know are doing it. It only took over a year. I know. I know. So I'm doing that on Saturday. And then meet and greet is on Sunday. Sounds like a stream. I think that one's going to be streamed as well. So if you're not going to be at TwitchCon, you can still catch the shows that I'm doing. You could def do improv. I don't know. I think I could probably get my confidence up in it, but I just don't think I am. I don't think I'm made for it. I don't think it's like my medium, you know?